I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm here. I'm here. It was a really good watch party. I'm sorry. I'm here. I'm here. Freaking Strawby. Can't believe she had to piss. I was like, I'm gonna wait like max 30 minutes and then I'm gonna let it go. But hi. Thank you so much for waiting. I hope the point farming was good. It will be worth it, I promise. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Where are we? Finn, congrats on first. Amada's second, third to Icy and everyone else. And also, Brando, thank you for the resub. I appreciate it so much. Woohoo! Oh yeah! Oh. Oh, that took a lot out of me. I'm never doing that again. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not doing that again. Hi, Gabriel! Oh my god! Thank you! I'm drinking more water. Oh my god. Thank you for the drink up also. I'm never doing that again. Thank you. Anyways, okay, we have I Am Dead. For those of you who don't remember. Oh, Jesus. Ah, my throat. Oh, Jesus. So, for those of you that weren't here for the first one, I'm so sorry you missed out on peak gameplay, aka aka oh my god, aka finding crocs in the pots. Let me just change to this and then edit the size of it. Please don't die. Thank you. Your throat doesn't want you to make it to debut. I know, isn't that fucked up? It's so fucked. Like, I was really hoping that I would be good, like, the week before, leading up to debut, but no. Ah! Throat! Please! I'm gonna eat another cough drop. I literally just finished one too. But I Am Dead is basically a game where we're an old British guy who who can see through items, and we're looking for someone to replace the old person that's taking care of this island that's about to explode. As you can see right here, there's a little volcano at the top. The volcano's gonna erupt soon, and we need someone to take care of it. So we're looking for other dead people to help us. So sorry for being late. This is basically like me starting at my old time slot at 7:30. Those who know. But oh my god. Shout out Strawby for watching Epic the Musical. Let me give her a shout out. Actually no, she's gonna raid me in a second. I remember her saying that. But shout out Strawby for hosting it. I wouldn't have watched it otherwise. I would have just listened to it and then called it a day. So, alright, let's get started. So, from what I remember, the last thing we did was make it to the third area. Oh god. Thank you, Strawby. Hello, welcome in. Hi everyone. That was at the Epic the Musical watch party. Thank you so much for the raid. Strawby, go eat. I know you didn't eat yet. But for those of you who don't know, I'm Sev. I was the person who was like, Zeus is a slut in the watch party. Just letting you know. And today we're playing a game called I Am Dead, which is also a story, but it's not a musical like it was. Since I was in that watch party though, feel free to talk about it more while playing this game today. I will totally let you go free with it. I don't really care. I thought it was really good. He has a wife! Why can't women stop throwing themselves at him? I'm just saying, Odysseus has Riz. Like insurmountable amounts of Riz, you know? But, oh god, this map is a lot bigger than the last one. Holy crap. Oh my god, wait, it's the bird people! Where's Hashi? And Strawby's right there. Strawby's looking at the boat over there. There's Bubba, and then Hashi's not here. Never mind. Anyways, OD do have Riz. I lurk and eat. Bye, Strawby. Thank you so much. Also, everyone that was at the watch party, if you need to raid a run, I totally understand. This game is more comfy, but we can talk more about it here. Feel free to leave though. I'm not gonna hold it against you like what's his name? Poseidon. King Riz. So let me show you what the game looks like for those of you that haven't seen it. If you click on specific items, you can inspect them and then cut them into slices. So as you can see, there's someone inside of this fucking Shelmerson Compter for some reason named Donald Thompson. He has a very goofy face. Orisius then? Basically, Odysseus Orisius. See, Amadis gets it. I didn't read chat earlier. I just realized. Hold on. Let me see. Part of me is going to miss the old model. Dude, me too! I was looking at the model and I was like, man, I'm gonna miss how fun it was to change the hairstyles every time. And and just the customizability. Army man on a drinks can. I don't know what to spell behind me. That's scary. Whatever that was. Anyways. So let me just give you guys a zoom in. I didn't turn on VBridger, I just realized. Hold on. Cause I was gonna show you guys the end of the end of the 0.75 era. But let me turn this filter back off. There we go. And then give you a quick zoom in. Hello. And then connect. Sweet. There we go. So as you can see, I have my glasses on. Let me fix that real quick. Just let me take my glasses off for you. Oh god, I'm opening things I shouldn't be opening right now. Oh goodness. Oh gracious. Let me look my eyeballs. And I didn't realize how good it was at picking up the winking and like my mouth movements. I also can do like almost a full turn, like a 3/4. So I'll miss this model for sure. It's okay. We're moving on to bigger and better things, and by bigger and better things, I mean 1.07. Yeah. Anyways. I will miss it though. I will say I've grown attached to this model, and so sometimes we have to move on. The best, if you love something, you must let it go. Okay, let me put this back. There we go. We're just a disembodied figure because this game does have a bunch of stuff that I don't want to, like content I don't want to cover. Excuse me. And for everyone that's coming in, I'm still sick, kind of. So if I start coughing, that's why. Odysseus looked and smelled like a hobo, but he has more riz than I ever could. Hey, I'm just saying, it's the non-cheating man energy, okay? If you don't cheat on your wife, that's fire. Like, that's endless riz. And I feel like that's a really low bar to go from. I feel like the bar is like in hell, you know what I mean? In the underworld, even. Lord of the Arts. A glittering star-studded cast of top artists and celebrities were in attendance for the opening of Shelmerson's new sculpture garden. Henry Outram, the island's laird, was said to be delighted at the reception of the opening event. In a brief statement to the press, he announced that the land and the grounds of Outram Hall would be left in trust for future generations of art lovers to walk the grounds and enjoy these world-class works in a natural setting. Shelmerson Museum may be set to be open again. The museum, which has been shut down since the death of its creator, Morris Lupton, that's me, has a new owner, circus legend Circe Jackson, who recently returned to the island after returning from a glitzy show business career. I think it's very interesting that we have a character named Circe in this game after we talk about Epic the Musical, but okay. Coincidence? Perhaps. What are my favorite Epic song? To sing or just overall? Because since you guys are new here, or if you guys are unfamiliar with me, I do a lot of song covers myself. So I like to categorize things into things that I love to listen to versus things that I love to sing. The most fun song to sing is probably Hold Them Down, just because of the amount of oh, New Zealand. Why is there a New Zealand coin in here? Aren't we in like the UK or anything? Which is kind of suspicious, because like the song implication is kind of sickening to my stomach, and I get it. Like I get it. Like that song is really like questionable to like. However, it is very fun to sing. And that is the song that I probably know the best out of all of the Epic songs so far, especially because it was my first time listening to a majority of them, at least in succession. I've seen a couple covers go up since it gained popularity, of course, but it's just a really good song to sing. Do I enjoy it the most? Absolutely not. I think Cersei's songs are probably my favorite ones, just because of the actress, or like the singer, the voice provider, I should say, of Cersei is very, very much talented. I don't know, like, hi Jerry. Oh yeah, by the way, birds don't look normal in this game, I'm just letting you know. That's cute. I'm gonna call that Brando for now. let me just screenshot this, send it to Brando, and then send him a message real quick. Okay, anyways. The introduction song for Cersei was really good, so I enjoy that one the most. Let me unpin this message now that we're done, though. It should have been me, not him. So to get women first, you must have to already have a woman. Sounds right. Your birds don't look like that? No. Are my birds special? Is that what you're telling me right now? Are my birds special? Sorry, anyways. It looks really normal, what do you mean? Lotus Eaters is the song I keep singing to myself the most. See, I think I would get more into... Oh, they have the different flavors labeled. I would get more into Epic if I wasn't, like, the type of person who just gets bored of a song after a while. Like, I'm sure people who watch or like listen to Epic and watch the animatics a ton, they have a lot of like replayability for them. But for me, for some reason, after I listen to it, unless it's like super catchy that I can like create a choreography in my head for it, I don't really listen to it that often. Is that odd? I feel like it's a little weird. Lemon sorbet, cherry, seagull poo, butterscotch, lava bread, vanilla, chocolate sludge, strawberry, kelp, and whelk ripple. These are interesting names of things. I think it's fair if it isn't common. It's funny because it's like, I used to be a really big fan of musicals, like almost obsessively, especially when they had animatics. Like for example, like the Hamilton musical, In the Heights, West Side Story, Dear Evan Hansen for a little bit, The Heathers. I was really big into musicals back then. I think my favorite musical that's more of the mainstream kinds of musicals is Pomegranate Mansion. Hey, there's a lot of things I can make about Epic here. The thing is though, I think Heathers is the one that I resonated the most with because it was more fun to sing. For me, as a performer, from a performer's perspective, as someone who like loves to sing and all the stuff, it's just easier for me to attach to a group of songs that, oh, there's an item here. Cool. It's easier for me to attach to songs that challenge me, if that makes sense. Just because, like especially in the Utaite space where everyone covers like mainstream songs the most because everyone knows it and it's popular, I get bored pretty easily with song choices. So if you look at like my YouTube, for example, I'll choose songs that were popular maybe like a couple years ago versus popular now, just because I need to let it like fester. Does that make sense? It's not ruminate. It needs to marinate in my mind for me to find it interesting. And then if I find it interesting, I'll sing it. But if not, then I just let it die. Okay. Shelves. So there's supposed to be an item here that relates to the old man. I forgot his name. What is his name? Ogden. It relates to this guy with the big ears and the nice hat. Actually, his ears aren't even that big compared to Valerie. Anyways, I'm assuming it has something to do with a person here. However, we do have snow globes of the last places that we went to, as well as some references to the other buildings. Telescope. Like, for example, I think Heather's Candy Store was a really popular song because of how fun it was. And a lot of people would organize... Oh, what the heck? Why is there stuff in here? Army figure? Oh, is it like one of those pick up your own things? Like pick a random item kind of things? That's cool. Oh, I wish I had a kazoo on me right now. Porcelain camel. Oh, there's so many references to the last two. That's cool. Water pistol. But like for especially 17. 17, the duet song. Can we be 17? And then you have, what's his name? Oh fuck, what's his name? Can we be 17? Is that so hard to do? Like, the duet part itched my brain. Especially because the original, like, movies and stuff, sickening. Absolutely sickening. Not me setting up a wheel of potential songs to cover right now because I can't pick for this month. Really? Are you having trouble? Can I look at the wheel and then can I give you suggestions by chance, Jay? Can I give you suggestions? For those that you don't know, Jay is also a singer. I was talking to them recently about stuff for debut, so Jay knows the ins and outs. Grenkins of Shelmerston. Local legend has it that Grenkins are mysterious fairy-like sprites that have always inhabited the island. You'll probably never see one, but if you're lucky, one might leave footsteps in your butter or cause your chimney to become blocked. Cute. But yeah, I was talking to Jay about like different songs. Oh, it whistles. Wait, go back. Do it again. That's cute. Oh my god! They're all different. That's good. They have so much detail in this. It's so sick. But like Candy Store too. Let me like move my mic away. Sorry, give me like 2 seconds. What are the words? What are the words? Hold on. Candy. I sound like such a fake fan after waxing poetry about it. 1 second. Ooh, whoa. All I can remember is the bridge. Candy Store. Heathers. I always remember being really sad because I could never find the right amount of people to sing this song. Especially with the intro. Are we gonna have a problem? Bing! You've got a bone to pick? Bing! You've come. Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Send a 1 if we're back. I don't even know where we stopped. What was I talking about? SOS? Oh my god. SOS? We back? Okay, okay. Where did I stop talking? No way it crashes as I'm talking about that. That's so sick. A 2? Jay, I didn't even say 2. Thank you. Hi, Ada. Thank you so much. What the hell? Where was I at? I was like talking about the bridge, right, for Heathers. Sorry, we're talking about musicals right now. We're totally going on a tangent. I might not even finish this game because we're talking about musicals. Are we gonna have a problem? Pew! And then it blows up. Oh, that's so evil! No way! That's great timing. Okay. But like the bridge, for example. Honey, what you waiting for? Well, step into my candy store. Oh, wait, what is it? Oh, then step into my candy store. It's my candy store. It's my candy. It's my candy store. It's my candy. It's my candy store. It's my candy store. Like, that's so good. You can't just say like Heathers isn't a top tier musical. Like, that's wrong. If you say it's not a top tier musical, you're just wrong, and then you should repent for it. I don't know. Sorry. Anyways, back to what we were talking about. Like Epic the Musical, it interests me because it's Greek mythology, and I've always taken an interest in Greek mythology. But I think it's just because like cutscene. I think it's because like I haven't really like.
I remember we was walking home from school.
Sorry, I'll let the old man talk.
And I told him my granddad said the lad had a live Bactrian camel living somewhere in the woods.
Anyways, so like Epic the Musical, it's a great musical. Don't get me wrong. The production is amazing. It's just like, oh, by the way, if you came in from a raid, feel free to refresh. I don't think your view is counting right now. So like, I think it's because, funnily enough, I don't really have people to talk about Epic with, which is funny because I'm pretty sure a majority of you have listened to Epic the Musical. But I just tend to keep it to myself because it's like it's gonna be me nitpicking over it instead. Does that make sense? I'm gonna end up nitpicking over it instead of like actually enjoying it like a normal person. You know what I mean? I feel lucky that I was able to follow Seb before the debut. Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. Thank you, Amadis. Sure, once I finish it, nice. But yeah, I don't know. Some part of my brain is like, oh, I can't talk about it with other people, so it's not gonna be as interesting. Whatever. Let's get on with the story. Where is this going? I think nitpicking is part of interacting with it as a medium. I agree. I do agree.
Everyone laughed, but I told them it was true. Ogden didn't believe me. Someone would have seen it. He dared me to climb in and prove it. I told him he'd have to come with me. Sneaking past the big house, we were almost caught by the gamekeeper and had to run. Hell for leather for the woods. We reached the trees out of breath. I was bent double and leant against a tree. Ogden had better breath control and he recovered quickly. He saw it first.
Hi, Brendo.
The clouds parted.
Thank you for the resub earlier, by the way.
And Ogden gasped.
Sorry, I'm letting the actor
too.
talk.
Was it? It was.
I should have just made this a just
The
chatting
next day,
stream.
we were kicking ourselves. We had no proof. No one was going to believe us. But we knew what we saw.
Cause
Oh, yeah, he was a couple of years above these chaps at school. Oh, and he's right. No one believed them. We gave them so much stick.
guys, how funny would it be if I closed the game and opened web fishing instead? Wow, and just do a zatsu over web fishing. How funny does that sound? Question mark? Question mark? Should we do it? Lamau? Should I do it? Cause I do want to talk about this. I'm not gonna lie. Like watching a musical. Let me fish. Yeah, exactly. Okay, hold on. Let me find this item, and then we'll do it. Sorry to everyone that thinks I'm playing I Am Dead. It's actually web fishing in disguise. Person camel. Because I do want to talk about this.
Obviously a made-up animal. Humans will believe any old rubbish.
I love a camel though. They're so cool. This is just a Zatsu in disguise. Okay, hold on. Continue, and then we're gonna go back, and then we're gonna exit, and we're gonna zoom out on the toast guy, wherever that toast guy was.
I'm getting the scent of Grenkins again, Morin.
I am dead. I am fish. Yeah, let me just zoom in on this guy real quick. Oh, that's not the guy. Come here. Perfect. Okay, let me change stream. Hold on. Oopsies. Web fishing. Let me switch. Debut D5. Fucking fish opinions and musicals. Me changing it. Oh, this is so funny. Okay. Let me switch the scene also. This is so funny. I had a plan for today and everything, and then it just got derailed. It got so derailed. It got so derailed. All because of Epic the Musical. Okay, let me open up web fishing though. I'm gonna turn on Spotify as well so that we can listen to a playlist. I am not going to play a musical playlist contrary to popular belief. Sorry guys, we're gonna listen to something more chill instead. Because if I play musical music, I will not be able to focus on what I'm talking about, and I've already lost my original plan, and I would prefer to not do it again. Okay, let me change. Where's my Spotify? There it is. Can you hear the music? Or is it quiet? Oh, there we go. Epic does that to people? Yeah, apparently. Okay. Okay, let me open up web fishing. Let me take off the outfit. Fuck, I really had a plan. And here we are. I have to put on my hat then. Okay. While web fishing is loading, I have to put on my other hat. I have a better hat just for this situation. Don't worry. Let me just move this down here. Hold on. We're getting so off track, but it's okay. I wanted to talk more anyway. I have a lot of stories about today as well. Where am I at? Where am I at? Oh, here. I can't see. Is that it? There it is. Put my glasses back on. Because it feels weird being naked without the glasses. Cool. I know you have your hair, but when you took off the accessories, it felt like you were bald. See? You get it. Here. There we go. Let's put this on. It's so big. There we go. That's good. Put that hat back on. There we go. Base hat. Thank you. Okay. Game capture. Web fishing. Is it the right one? Is it gonna work? Create game. Sev. I don't know. Sev's lobby. Type. Public. Actually unlisted. And then we'll do the max. Automatic. Create game. It's not capturing. Why? What's wrong with you? Webfish. What is your problem? It's okay. This is the last time I'll use this layout, and if it doesn't capture, it is what it is. I don't give a fuck. Okay! So sorry to everyone that came for detective work. It's not going to happen. Okay, cool. This is my dude, by the way. I haven't played web fishing in forever. How do I move in this game again? Oh, right click. You like my you like my hat? Okay. Let me send the code. Show lobby code. Copy. Lobby code. There you go. We'll hop on in a bit. Take your time. So as I was saying, Jay made a really good point earlier. So earlier, Jay was like, I know next to nothing about the story that Epic follows, but as someone who listens to a lot of music, nitpicking is bound to happen. And I agree. Especially from someone from a musical background, it's very easy to get lost in the actual like instrumentals and like vocal techniques in the game in comparison to like just average music listeners. And I'm not saying people who listen to music normally aren't the same way, because like obviously there are a lot of people who tend to listen to music with like a more critical ear, you know what I mean? But I think it's just easier for me because I also tend to dissect music for my own personal covers and projects. So it gets really easy to become more analytical instead of like actually enjoying the music. However, I will say on the way to the baseball game, we took the ferry, so it was like longer public transit and stuff. And I was literally looping the same song the entire hour that we were on the boat. So that's just me being a little hypocritical right now. It is what it is. And the song in particular, I will be queuing right now because I know the choreo for it. And I think that's why I find it so easy to loop it, because I know the song choreo, and it's hard for me to remember songs without like, why am I not catching anything? It's easier for me to enjoy a song more if I know the choreo, because it gets me more engaged. I think it's also because of the ADHD. Anyways, I don't know the musical terminology, but I'd be happy to be like, yeah, I like the sound of that versus brother. Ugh, what is that? Oh shit. And I agree. It's harder once you start working on your own productions. It's harder to enjoy it like a normal person. I know the choreo to this. Boy next door, feel good. Ow, feel good. Ow, feel good. You want? Get the hell outside, bruh. Ow. We're stepping out now. Yeah, volume just say yeah. I feel like I'm MJ. Microphone check 1 2. Time. I sent that 10 minutes ago. Well, I'm bringing it up now because it's relevant, okay? Like, Epic the Musical has such beautiful fits in it, especially during the Scylla section where Odysseus tells everyone to run. I thought that shit was so sick. And it was funny because, like, earlier in the stream of the watch party, Strawby was like, so Sev, how do you feel like finally watching all the animatics and listening to the music? And then I just sat there and I was like, yeah, it's whatever. It's whatever. How do I sit down again? My emotes are C? Why are my emotes C? Oh my god, my keybinds are so weird. You want? Ow, feel good. Ow, feel good. Ow, feel good. You want? And Milk was another another person that was watching alongside, and she literally was like, "You make me sick." Well, not those exact words, but I definitely felt like she could have said that if she really wanted to. But we're not that close, so I had a feeling she wanted to hold back. Cause I literally sat there and I was like, yeah, it's good, I guess. And then Milk was like, why are you not consumed by the music? And I was like, well, it's kind of a long story. But when you start working with music enough, you start understanding. Crazy, 무디처럼 미쳐버리게 when I say, ow, feel good, ow, feel good, ow, feel good, you want? Ow, feel good. Ow, feel good. Ow, feel good. You want? 안녕하세요. 우! 어쩌라기요. Anyways. I feel high, baby. Hopping on. Nice. Oh, I also have another hat. Hold on. I have another hat to put on too. Where is it? I have 2 hats like this, guys. And I've been saving them for an occasion just like this. Give me 1 second. Where's the other one? Ah, shit, I caught a fish. Where is it? Hold on. I'll put it on in a second. I have another hat for this. It's perfect. Da, 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 da. Here we go. Put that on. I have 2 hats, guys. I'll put this one on top. So we have this here. What's up, dude? Hi, Jay. And then I'll bring this to the front. Hold on. Delete this.
Want a break from the ads? Want a break from the ads?
Where'd the hat go? Women. There we go. Oh shit. Oh my god. No! That's not how that works. Go here. Women. And then order. Put it in the front. There we go. Can I have it? Can I have? How can I do this without like? Is that gonna work? Oh no! Hold on. That's my mind. All this out to life. Da 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 da. Can I? Hold on. Let me rotate this one, and then we'll put them next to each other. There we go. Now it just looks like I have like huge tumors on my head. There we go. And then we'll have it like this. This is so dysfunctional, but it's not. I have to edit it later. That's okay. This will work for now. Chalky shoe, it's back. I'm gonna crash out. Don't crash out. But back to what I was saying about like the music and stuff. I feel like once it becomes I can't pick that up. Hold on. I feel like once it becomes like you've become so interested in the instrumentals of things that you kind of forget what it's like to be a normal person and just enjoy the music. If that makes sense. Sit down. So like, for example, if you, what's a really popular song that I can think of right now? I guess I could just say like an epic song. So like with epic, when Odysseus meets, oh shit, I can't remember. When Odysseus meets Poseidon again during Ruthless, right? There's a section where you can, oh no, I'm lying. During Hold Them Down, there's a section in the song where you can hear like a cello that has a hard time playing the melody of the challenge from Penelope, because the melody of challenge plays, and it's supposed to replicate like the struggle that all of the suitors of Penelope are having in order to string the bow and then shoot through the axe. Jace, I forgot how cute Jace is. And they have a hard time stringing it, and it's reflected in the beginning of the music when you see the cello, or when you listen to the cello, it has a hard time playing the original melody because it's not strung. And as you know, cellos are stringed instruments. If you didn't know that, congrats, you've learned something new today. I'm glad every day is a teaching moment for you. There is also a little bit of a violin, or I can't remember if it's a violin or a viola that plays when Penelope is mentioned during Hold Them Down. And I can't see anyone's names in this game. Who dis? I don't know who that is. Where's my chat? Oh, here. So basically, like, when it comes to Hold Them Down, when Penelope is mentioned, you hear a bit of a violin or a viola in the background. Thank you, Pasta Sheets, for telling me what it was. But basically, like, there's little instruments being hinted at in the middle of the song, and I think it's so fun. But also at the same time, it's made me become very analytical of music, and I kind of hate that, my relationship with music, because I've become so obsessed with it that I start nitpicking it now. Wow, I caught a weed. Thanks. And at some point, like, I've become so used to... Oh, I don't have any bait on. I've become so used to analyzing music now that it's kind of crazy that I don't make my own music at some point. But music theory does ruin you a little bit. I just want to let you guys know. But I also think that's why I'm so interested in making covers and stuff, because I can have fun with what I have. Like, for example, the upcoming cover... Oh, spoilers. The upcoming cover that's... I couldn't really have fun with it because it's so straightforward. But it is still a really fun song to sing. You've inspired me to never learn music theory. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I do think music theory is fun though, because once you start learning the tones for it, it opens up a brand new genre, or like a brand new perspective for yourself. Because at some point you gotta be like, damn. Oh my god! Thanks, Jay, for that huge fish. It opens up a new perspective for you because you start listening to music differently. You know what I mean? It's very easy to get lost in the music and just listen to it mindlessly. However, I do think that the best way to enjoy music is to internalize it a little bit and dissect it. But that's just because I'm a nerd. That doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean anything. Like, I can say that because I'm a nerd, and that's fine. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just, I am someone who will go, actually, you didn't listen to the intonations of this, and this. You don't listen to music the same way that I do. I wouldn't do that to someone. If I did, please slap me, because why would I do that? That's fucked up. But I will say, I do know people who do that, and I'm like, dude, you sound like such an asshole. Just let people listen to music the way that they want. But I will say, nothing has had... In terms of musicals, I think my favorite is definitely Heathers. But my favorite overall, unfortunately, for me, is Hamilton. Just because it was so easy to become a fan of it back then. When it first became popular, it was so easy to become a fan of it because of the cast that was there. And also, fun fact, my sister went to school with David Diggs. So I think that's sick as fuck. So it also kind of made me be like low-key parasocial about it. Be like, yeah, I know David Diggs by association with my sister, that kind of thing. It's such a stupid reason, but like David Diggs had a really cool part in Hamilton the musical. So you can't blame me, can you? You can't really blame me, no? And also, I had a really big crush on I had a really big crush on Jasmine Cephas Jones and her father, Ron Cephas Jones. May he rest in peace. He and I are mutuals on Instagram. He and I are mutuals on Instagram. I thought that was so cool. Watching him in cinema, and then watching his daughter in the musicals and listening to her music. And then we became mutuals. Like that, like, you know how crazy that is? That's so insane. Like, knowing that I mean, obviously, like, we haven't like interacted outside of that follow or like liking each other's posts and stuff. But I thought that was just so cool, and that's like one of my stories to die for. Holy fish! Everyone is getting such big fish. What the heck? But David Diggs, Jasmine Cephas Jones, Philippa Sue. I had a really big crush on Philippa Sue as well. She was like one of my favorite Broadway artists as well. But yeah, there's a lot of things that I think musicals have done for like my brain. I don't think I would become a theater kid because my dream in the past has always like ever since like a kid, like I was a baby, my dream was to always become like an idol. And I think it's so unrealistic, but if I was given the chance to do it, I totally would become one. Except if it was through an idol show. And I was talking about this with Lola like the other day. We weren't directly talking about it, but she like saw my tweet and was like, "We need to get you on a survival show." And I was like, "I would rather kill myself than go on a survival show." So I'm okay. Oh, whoa, this dude is like changing colors. It's like the Minecraft Jeb thing. That's cool. Who are you? Speak now. That's so real? What? What's real? Me wanting to be an idol since I was a baby? I think it's so awesome, and the only thing holding me back, I swear to God, the only thing holding me back was resources and money to become an idol. Because if I knew how to dance, aka I went to workshops and learned how to actually dance, I feel like I could have had a good chance of being an idol. That's just me like being delusional, of course, because like that's an entirely different life full of rich people with the options to do that. But like I just wouldn't ever do it through a survival show. Like the stuff that people go through on survival shows, like from a fandom perspective, the amount of like shit that people say about contestants is insane. Like, you guys are so mean. Why are you all so mean? It's so sickening. Hi, Bubba! Thank you for the check-in. We're talking about music and idols and survival shows and musicals because we just finished a watch party with Strawby earlier. How are you today? Not wanting to perform, but the concept of survival shows being a no-go. Yeah, I don't... For people who join survival shows, I get it. It's like the #1 way to like rise to fame. Especially like, for example, Produce 101 Season 2 with all the bros. So Broduce. This is me talking about my K-pop lore, by the way. I've been a fan of K-pop since like 2016, 2017. So I know like all the OG, like really big survival shows. And Produce 101 Season 2 in particular was so like successful. And that's not to say like its predecessor or like the shows that followed afterwards aren't successful at all. Like IOI was like, you couldn't escape IOI at all. But the amount of global fans and support that they got with the Season 2 Team 101 in particular was so insane. But the shit that people said about every single person on that show was so evil. And it was just like, my God, like, do you not feel bad about what you're doing? You want to see Big Fish? If what is it called? Alola. If the big sun, if sunfish, yes. Please. But the shit that you would read about these idols during the time, oh my God, they were so mean. And it just, oh Jesus, what is that? Is that just a regular ass bass? Mola, thank you, Finn. Jeff, okay. Like, oh, it's a frog! How cute! Like, it's made me, as someone who did watch the survival shows as well, I never really interacted in the space of the people who watched the like idol shows, just because there would be a lot of like disagreements over such like menial shit that it was kind of like discouraging to see all these idols or like these wannabe idols and like people working towards their dreams and then they're getting shit on just for like messing up or like voice cracking every once in a while. Like I remember very specifically with Produce X 101, which was season 4. Hi Sean. Thank you for the gifted sub to Jay. Jay said thank you! Right now! Like with Produce X, there was a trainee on that show called Kim Min-kyu, and he had no training experience at all. Like 0. But the way that he improved, from considering where he started from and the way that he improved until the end of the show, was amazing. Like there's obviously growth that was there. However, do I think he deserved to be as far as he did? Not really, because he didn't really have the skills to back it up. And of course, like people are gonna vote for someone that they think is like attractive and stuff. However, if you go from where he started to where he ended up at as an idol, in that sense, I think it was really, really like heartwarming to see. However, people didn't think that, and they were just shitting on him like all the time. Like I get it. He's not talented like your favorite he's not as talented as like your favorite person was on the show in comparison. And that's fine. Like you can, those two things can and will exist, you know what I mean? But there's no need to like crucify a kid just because he literally got voted into it. Like it's not, he can't do anything about that. Like it's not his fault like your favorite person didn't get voted for by the general population. Like it's not like his doing. And then that particular season in general was also like the last time stuff got rigged, but we don't talk about that. Anyways, and it's just like, it's like seeing that kind of climate around the people that you're supposed to be like rooting for to do their to follow their dreams. Sorry, I'm buying like gambling stuff right now. It's just like I don't ever want to be involved with like these kinds of fans. And I feel like if I was in an idol show or like a survival show, it would be hard for me to avoid that kind of like, what's my item button? What's my item toggle? What are my controls? Open backpack tab. Like seeing the culture that happens around here, it's really scary. And it's like your so-called fans have like bashed, like for example, when you're on a survival show, you make friends with people who show up in the same game as you, right? Or in the same like teams as you. And then the next day you'll see like your fan like tearing your friend to shreds because they did one mistake. You know what I mean? Oh, I didn't win. I didn't win anything? That's so sad. This is why you never gamble, kids. And it's just like, especially like when you're best friends with someone, but you get edited in a way that like misconstrues your relationship. It's, oh my god, I didn't win anything? I'm gonna buy one more. And then if the third time I don't get anything, then it's over. And it's just like watching it, and then after, like say if I get into the team but my friend doesn't, and then I read the stuff that the person who hated me back when I was on the show like suddenly becomes my fan. It's like I don't know if I genuinely want to be like that kind of idol. You know what I mean? Because of course it's like the easiest way to build a fandom, because like you're getting voted into it. You know what I mean? Oh my god, gambling is not for me, guys. What the hell? Like at some point you have to realize like these people are not going to be completely genuine, I guess, in a way. I don't know how to explain it. What is happening? Goodbye, cat. It's just I feel like it needs to be in a situation where of course you still have the training aspect of the survival show, like evaluations. Like obviously idols get chosen to debut, etc., and fit like a specific concept, but it's not. Oh, I didn't even put down my tackle box. Wait a second. It's not even like a problem or an issue of like, I can't put this here. Why won't it let me place it? Oh, it's is it because of my blanket? That's lame. I can't. Let me put it up here, please. That's fine. I just think it's better to be an idol in a group that is completely unknown and then slowly proves themselves. Does that make sense? I think that's just me though. Cause the way that I think. Why are you upside down? Is your blood flow okay? Like I think the group dynamic is easier when you have fans who slowly learn who you are versus they have this manufactured idea of you because of a show that you are on. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. This is just me talking out of my ass about idols and stuff. I don't know. Oh, I missed all of Sean's messages. Oopsies. Stuck at work. I hope you're okay. Enjoy the wage cage, I think. Gotta head back to work. Too late now, I feel bad. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate it. Like recently, when they're debuting new groups, you'll have people who like instantly become a fan of them before anything about them is released. And I think that's so crazy. Cause like you don't even know what they sound like. You don't know if they know how to sing or dance. And like obviously it's music. I'm not gonna care about what they look like because that doesn't fucking matter. You know what I mean? It's music. If you're here for the music, great. But they haven't even released a single song. What is happening here? Oh my god, the duck. I don't understand how people can instantly dedicate themselves to something that isn't even set in stone. You know? Like, what if their music doesn't match you and then you're proclaiming like, oh, you're the biggest fan of these people and you don't even know what they look like or like what they sound like, you know what I mean? So I think that's why it's very hard for me to get into new artists like immediately at the start because they can always change their concept to fit whatever's matching. Like the current trends, for example, like New Jeans. I didn't really like get into New Jeans because their music wasn't just like my style at the time. And New Jeans now, I love New Jeans. I'm still like a casual fan of them. But like I wasn't like instantly in love with them just because they were 5 girls who sang. Like it takes time, I think. This is me saying I have attachment issues and commitment issues. Like thinking about it, this is just me admitting that I have a commitment issues. And it's true. That's my red flag. I have commitment issues. But I will say though, the only exceptions so far have been like when idols that I originally liked. Oh, hello, Manta. Idols I originally liked debut into a new group. So like for example, all the produce groups when the produce groups broke up and then moved on to their own individual activities within their company, like that's very different. Because I already know what they sound like and it makes me anticipated for them, but it doesn't mean that I immediately like them. You know what I mean? Like for example, 101 with Baejin Young with CIX. I love CIX. It just took me, I was just a little hesitant. However, their title track was really good. I loved Movie Star. So I ended up liking their music pretty easily. Same thing with AB6. May they rest in peace. I don't know what's happening with them. I'm assuming they're okay though. But it's funny because AB6 had like my picks from, oh Jesus. Look at this guy with the big fish over there. They had my picks from Produce 101, so that was different. They already had YDDP and MXM. So I was like, okay, cool. I'm gonna like these guys already. And then same thing with Eyes One. It took me a bit to get used to IZ*ONE after their breakup, because like Yuri and Eunbi, they went to solo careers, which was like cool. I don't need to like worry about what they release or like the other people, because I already know what these people sound like, and it's just a solo. It just depends on what kind of music they release. And thankfully, Yuri has released music that I'm really into. Eunbi, not so much. It takes me some time. It depends on what song I'm listening to. But I've, with Wonyoung and An Yujin, I think I like them the most very quickly out of all the post IZ*ONE era. Just because it's like, it matches my music taste very well. The new girls, well, I say new, but the other girls like were super interesting to me, especially Liz. I loved Liz. Trying to think. I mean, Yena took a while to debut too. But Yena's music is really good. I was planning on making a cover of It Was Love. I don't know if you guys remember that, where her song was like beating my ass because it was super high tone. How does it go again? 너를 만난다면 무슨 말을 할까? 미안해 고마워 그런 말 따위야 하나잖아. That song's really good. But I didn't like Hate Rodrigo for a little bit, and then I started listening to it more and like giving it a chance, and then I started liking it more. And then she started going to the J-pop idol like plagiarism like K-pop used to be, and then I was like, okay, we're in. We're in. Basically, group dynamics to the survival show seems way too taxing. I know you said this like 15 minutes ago, Jay, and I'm just getting to this now, but I went on a crazy tangent, and I wanted to finish it. Like, I just want to sing, the rest shouldn't matter. See, that's the thing, though. To become an idol, like, you need to be likable to the masses. And that's the part about survival shows that I don't really have a gripe with, because I get it, you need to appeal to the masses to be a successful idol and stuff. But also at the same time, when it comes to stuff that can get edited and misconstrued by the staff and the producers, then it's like, that's the issue. Cause you can be like misinterpreted in like so many ways when it comes to survival shows. Like if you say one thing that seems just a tiny bit harsh, like you turn into a villain, that kind of thing. Whatever. I just wish that aesthetics weren't a big part of it. Like the aesthetics of a person's face and like how they look and etc. I wish it wasn't a part of it. Kind of like I guess an example of it is like the new like 3D model group Plave. They're not new per se, but they're relatively new. They're 5th gen, right? Plave is like a good example. It's they're all anonymous people technically, and they play a character that they own. And I think that's cool. Like, it's just too bad I don't freaking like their music. Like at some point it's just like you can make a cool concept and stuff. I'm just still not gonna like you or like listen to you because your music isn't good to me. You know what I mean? Like, there's not much you can do about that. Like, if I don't like your music, I don't like your music. I'm just not gonna listen to you. VTuber idol group. See, it's funny. VTuber idol group that already exists, right? I mean, yes, in a way, but there wasn't like a dedicated idol group. You know what I mean? Not in the same way that Plave was done, because they have the 3D capture for all their stages, and they go on variety shows, and they promote their album, and do V-Lives. Well, I say V-Lives, but it's like Weaver's Lives, you know? Because, like, obviously, like, VTuber idols exist already. Like, we have, for example, Hoshimachi Suisei. Like, Suisei is the biggest example of an idol that I can think of, especially with Hololive in general. But they're not doing it in the same way that Plave is right now. Does that make sense? Because I feel like it's very different proactively promoting as an idol versus promoting as a streamer and then being an idol as like a side like skill that you have. Because for these idols, they don't really have anything else going for them outside of like their music. Meanwhile, like streamers, like for example, like Niji Sanji's most recent concert with like Alira and Enna, they're streamers, and then they sing as well. I'm not saying it's an add-on or like a side piece that singing is a side piece to their streaming, but you know them mainly because they're entertainers. You know what I mean? They're entertainers in a streaming way. Like they play games, they talk every day. And for idols in general, they're working on music almost every like waking moment of their life if they're really passionate about it. Like they're composing songs, they're writing lyrics, they're practicing choreo, they're redoing choreo that they used to have like years ago. They're trying to figure out contracts and stuff. And of course, take this with a grain of salt, because this is just me talking about it in a really general sense of like, oh, VTubers don't do the same amount of work as like J idols or K-pop idols. Like that's totally false. Let me just get that out. Let me just say that clearly. Like obviously VTubers, V-singers, and then 2.5D idols are doing the same, if not more, work than like some idols in the K-pop industry. However, you have to also understand that singing is somewhat supplementary towards, in comparison to their streaming career. I think a good example is probably me. Like thinking about it, because it's like the way it's funny, because I started streaming because I was like, it'd be cool to like just stream my process of recording and see how I improve in the future. So originally I started streaming because I wanted to make music, or like do musical activities and show it and keep an archive of it without like losing it somehow. Cause like with Twitch VODs, cause I have Twitch Turbo, I can save a VOD for up to 90 days on my profile, and then I can keep that VOD until like 6 months later in my drive. So originally that's what I did. Like my first ever stream on May 13th, 2024 was me singing music. And I wanted to see how I could improve. And then it slowly started shifting into becoming an actual streamer and like focusing on stuff that makes people happy or like funny or like makes them laugh, you know what I mean? So in my case, it's like I improved my craft and then I turned to a different pathway. Does that make sense? So originally for me, streaming was a side piece to singing. So it was the opposite. Oh, treasure chest. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. And I think it kind of comes out to, oh shit. It kind of looks like that from an outside perspective, because like before I started streaming, I was already releasing covers. I've been singing covers for like 14 years now. 2011 is when I started, but that was under like a different pseudonym that like low-key doxed me, so I can't talk about it. So I've always had a passion for singing, but streaming was like my side piece. And then there's some people who like start streaming and then they develop a passion to start singing, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like singing coming secondary to someone else is totally fine. Don't get me wrong, that's totally fine. What was the whole point of this conversation? What was the whole point of this? What I'm saying is that what I was saying is, I think it's more organic to build from the ground up and understand what your core values are, or like your biggest goals are, before doing? I don't even know what I was talking about. Why is someone floating over there? Oh wait, are they on the rock over there? Wait, hold on. I don't even know what we were talking about. I feel like I just went on an insane tangent and I forgot what we were what we were doing. I just totally forgot what we were talking about. Basically, what I'm saying is, music fucks. There you go. Music fucks, okay? Music fucks, that's all it is. I genuinely don't know what I was talking about before this. Boom, Aussie toggle? Wrong. You don't have... Do you have the points for that? Oh, thank you. So, like, when I'm talking like this, I kind of, like, try to think about how Jay sounds whenever she's saying something. Like, I think, one of the clips that I have of Jay when I was doing the, like, the prank stream for April Fools was, she was literally, like, reciting the B-movie script, and I thought it was so funny. Do you need an example again? Yes, please. Let me just connect my Discord to stream real quick. Give me 1 second. 1 second. But every time I think about like the Aussie toggle, I always think about Jay. Jay's like my immediate example of like what an Australian person sounds like. It's either Jay or I think of Cece. And Cece's accent isn't as strong as like as Cece's. Sorry. Cece's accent isn't as strong as Jay's, which is kind of funny because like I've learned to distinguish them a little bit because Cece doesn't speak as like enunciated as Jay, for example. And I think that's because of like the way that Jay dictates herself is super it's super clear, and I think that's because Jay like has always performed music as well. Whale. Thanks so much, Whale. And it comes kind of like naturally for her to enunciate herself and like project her accent. So it makes her accent come out more in comparison to Cece. I can't do an impression of Cece because I haven't heard her in a while. And she's sick right now, so she hasn't streamed lately. Oh my god, that is a huge fish. Jesus. And it was just kind of, interesting. It was just interesting, like thinking about it. Let me catch this fish. Sev, I'm a hoarder. Can you... I know you're a hoarder, thank you. Let me get my mic. Okay. Your tangents had tangents so hard to say which point you wanted to return to. I don't know how I lost like the train of thought so badly. Like I literally was just ranting and I completely forgot what we were talking about. The last tangent was Plave and how the more traditional idol route compared to content creative V idols. Before that was a preference to growing to fan base rather than immediately having following after having established style and personality. Okay. So basically what I'm saying is like Plave and Hololive like idols and singers in general are very different from each other just because of the way that like their content is created and like structured. Cuz like obviously you can be very popular in Hololive or like Niji Sanji for being a good like streamer and being entertaining, and then your music is like a secondary skill. Cuz obviously like there are Japanese Niji Sanji like JP main branch like content creators and streamers who sing like wonderfully, but they're not well known because of their lack of global reach. Does that make sense? Like for example, I can say like for certain, what's her name? Like Safina from Niji JP. Well, technically she's from like the KR branch, but before they merged. So like Safina, for example, she's not as well known because she's from the JP like branch. And I don't have any bait. And she's an amazing singer. And it's been established that way, like especially with like her Diamond City Lights like cover of the Korean version, right? Are you in a BC? Okay, cool. Give me like 2 seconds. Where do I get dragged to? Can you not join it yourself? Hold on. Let me just drag you to Crockpot. There we go. Hi, Jay. Pikachu. Pikachu.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Wait, why are you quiet? Hang on.
Am I?
Current.
Current. Ah.
聞こえますか? 聞こえますか?
聞こえますか? 聞こえないよ.
聞こ
Just
聞こえない?
kidding. I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, okay, good.
Let me just
G'day.
let me just turn you down for myself. Hold on.
Okay, am I comically large on the screen or no?
We can't see you. Hold on.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, now you're visible. Cool. My Aussie toggle's off anyway.
Oh my god, it's got my name as Cultant member.
Okay, thank you for the example. And you can chill here also, by the way. I don't mind.
Oh, okay, cool. Hello.
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 Feet at Boshi. Bro_she. Jay's here.
Thank you.
Hoi! Finn says hoi.
Hoi.
Oh my gosh, why is
Hoi.
Discord so loud for me?
How's it going?
So you wanted to show me an example of an Australian accent? Is that what I'm hearing?
I guess. No, I meant exemplar as in just, I don't know, talk.
Just talking?
just talking. It's like speaking practice, isn't it?
See, you guys can tell. Jay, like, enunciates their words pretty well. And I think that's so funny. Just vibing. But, what do you think, Jay? Cause you're, from a perspective as someone who doesn't really, like, listen or, like, watch corporate VTubers, you know what I mean? Like, what's your perspective on, like, different, like, streamers, like, picking up the whole, like, music as a side thing to, like, streaming, as, like, a supplementary thing to streaming? Like, what's your opinion on it?
I mean, I'm not sure if there's supposed to be any specific way that a VTuber should get into singing, whether or not they start with it first or they pick it up afterwards. I think just so as long as they can back up their singing by being good at it.
Oh, okay. That's yes,
kind of
okay.
what that is to me. It's not how you get there, it's just what you're doing while you're there. If you can sing, great. If you suck, then Jesus Christ, that's a waste of money.
Jay said to be quiet. Okay, let me turn it down. Turn it up.
Oops.
Jay go Is that better? Hold on. Finn's my sound guy right now. Finn's the sound guy. Let me just refresh stream as well. I do agree though, and I feel like that's a really controversial topic, especially as someone who's like, for some reason, I don't know why it's controversial in my head. It sounded better? Okay. Does it need to be louder? I can turn it up a little bit more. It's because I turned it down on Discord. But I think it's
a bit further away from my mic.
Oh, so. That's okay. I think it's kind of controversial to say that as someone who like started as a singer and then became like more of a content creator, because I agree in the way that like obviously people should release stuff so that they have a baseline to improve from. But also at the same time, if you're not taking the proper steps to improve or be good at, like, quote unquote, be good at it, if not great, then it becomes like a bit of an issue with me. It's not like a glaring issue. Like I can just overlook it and be like, whatever, you know what I mean? But
by proper steps, could you elaborate?
So like what I mean by that is like obviously you start like knowing nothing, and then you just, if you continuously go without learning anything, like as you're working towards it, I feel like it just becomes like really redundant. Hold on, let me change my title before I like continue talking. Give me like 2 seconds.
All good.
You typed it unpopular opinions.
Because I'm one of those now, apparently.
Yeah, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. It is a fact. You sing, you dance. Well, you don't really dance. You sing,
I don't dance.
you do the covers. You sing the Vocaloid. Okay, you Titan now. You post on YouTube.
Oh god.
Anyways, so like what I'm trying to say is like if you're not actively working towards learning something about the craft or like improving yourself, I think, and just releasing stuff just to release stuff, I think it's like really it's annoying as someone who does like have a passion in music like that, but also it's kind of disrespectful to the people who do want to improve or like who do like put all this effort in and then they see like your post and it's become more popular just because you had like for example like you've had a pre-established community because you've streamed before and then suddenly you're starting with music and then you don't show or I don't know, you like release something that is not as high quality as it could have been. Like it doesn't reach the potential that you could have had if they actually did the work. Like they just handed it off and like called it a day, right?
So I suppose it's more like motive behind it, because I think, what is it? Not everybody. Yeah, again, it's like having money, having the equipment and stuff.
Right.
That doesn't really make the ability of the singer.
Right.
I also agree. I do agree to an extent that if you're not kind of working to improve, that's. I don't know.
It's hard,
if it's
right?
going to be a one-off thing, if it's supposed to be for fun, then yeah,
it's fine,
if
right?
you happen to sound great while doing it, that's okay. I guess it's more so, I suppose, with the attention that you have, and you keep going at it with a particular mindset that what you're doing is perfectly fine,
right.
or I guess so as long as your community likes it, that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I don't see it as disrespectful or anything like that. Because for me, it's just so as long as there's an audience out there for me, for the stuff that I do, it's not that I don't think I should change. It's just there's something there.
I can hear your mouse clicking.
That's worth continuing.
No, but the thing is though, it's not the fact that it's like it's not a lack of like people who want to watch the content. It's more of the idea of I'm going to release this just because it gets me views. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because it's not so much.
I don't think I've encountered that. I don't think I've encountered that. That might be why I can't really formulate opinion. Because I feel like there has to be a motive behind anything.
Yes.
Right? There has to be a reason for something happening. There has to be a reason to why you're doing it. And even though that may not... Oh my god, it's a tiny turtle. Yeah, even though that motive might not align with me,
right.
Even if it happens to be something that I'm passionate about, that's kind of their prerogative.
Yeah.
You know? Mm-hmm. I suppose if it's... What is it? It's as soon as somebody tries kind of shoving their opinion about something that I'm passionate about, like, down my throat, that's when I'm just like, okay, buddy,
so when
hold
it starts like crossing
Okay.
the boundary of your own personal... Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, it's like you can do what you want to do about your own craft. You can give me advice about how you approach that craft, but as soon as you start saying this is the tried and true way of doing that, I'm going to be like, hold up, why?
First of all, shut up.
And then I'll form it. Not even. I'll just be like, hang on, why do you say that? And then I formulate my opinion like after that. Chances are I will either politely disagree, or I'll just be like, yeah, okay, you do you.
See, the thing is, though, I think I've experienced, like, a way different, like, community. Because you didn't even call yourself a you typed it until, like, I called it out for you. So, like...
Honestly, yeah. No, I post my covers because I like singing.
Right.
The art and
there's
stuff
nothing wrong with
kind
that.
of just happened
There's nothing
along
wrong with
the
that.
way
Yeah.
because I'm just like, I don't want to get sniped for using art off of Google Images. Like, you know? So everything just happened because of other things, but my fundamental reason why I've been singing is just because I like doing it.
Right. And that's fine.
I like singing the songs that I like.
That's
right?
fine. But the thing is, though, as someone who's been in the community for so long and has seen different sides of the community where they all circulated, where they all were based off of like Skype, and then we slowly moved to Twitter and then Discord and then Tumblr. After going through those phases, you see a lot of different people who kind of plateau with their music in terms of like, I want to sound better, but I don't want to get the equipment to do so, or I don't want to do the practice that actually improves my voice and my skill. And then you'll see them be like, I wonder why my covers haven't been like doing as well as they used to, or like this deserves more attention because I spent this much time on it. And it's like probably like 2 weeks max of how much time they worked on it. And it's just like time is a very relative. I don't have any bait on my stuff. Time is very relative when it comes to making covers, because the Deal with the Devil cover that I released was literally like over the course of a year, and then there's another cover on there that took like 2 weeks, 3 months, right? And time is relative. I don't really give a fuck about how much time has been spent on it, but it's the issue of you're expecting greater results just because you release something even though you put no effort towards it. Does that make sense?
Okay,
that's the psychology behind it.
That is a bit.
That's the psychology.
それはちょっと。
それはちょっと、まあ。
それはちょっと。It's like, I spent this much time, or it's like using
it's
time as a reason as to why you feel like you deserve a higher view count.
It's like using
a higher
it
following.
as an excuse.
Yeah, rather than just continuing.
Right.
Just keeping at it. Because again, I'm very much a big believer that there is an audience out there for someone. Well, for you. Or somebody... How do I word this? No, there is an audience out there that will like your stuff. Right?
Yeah.
It may not happen in the time that you want it, but it will happen in some way. It will manifest in some way. And really, the only thing you can do is just make sure you keep that motivation.
Right.
To, like, I mean, yeah, with my covers, I've been doing it for how many years? For 5 years. Yeah.
For a long time.
I just celebrated my anniversary and I forgot.
And you already forgot. That's okay. Time will pass. It is what it is. Time passes.
And only now have I actually decided, like, I want to kind of try to branch out a little more. Like, I still love singing. That's still going to be my main focus. But if you're looking to get your name out there, you have to put the effort in.
Right.
You have to sell yourself. It kind of feels at times, I do feel guilty at times being like, I don't like selling my name. I don't like promoting myself. Really. It's like some days I'll just be like, yeah, I just wish people could find me instead. Why do I have to initiate that whole thing, right? Mm-hmm. But it's going to be something that has to happen if you really want that to happen. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. So, that I definitely don't agree with, where it's like, I spent 20 minutes and 3 seconds on a cover, and I expect to have...
The specific timing is crazy.
Right, 20 minutes and 3 seconds on a cover, I expect 2 million views. Mm-hmm. And, like, 40,000 simps or something like that. Like,
40,000
yeah,
simps.
No. The math, there shouldn't be a math to it, but the math ain't mathing. Right? So as long as you have honest intentions with what you're posting...
Like, it'll happen. It just won't come as fast.
It should happen. I'm very much a big believer that it will happen.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't... what is it? How much your work should mean shouldn't have to be measured by the number of people that watch. Mm-hmm. It shouldn't have to. But, I mean, I don't know. I guess who am I to say anything? Because I'm just, woo, cover.
I just sing.
I'm happy anyone watches. No, I'm genuinely happy that just anyone wants to watch.
Right. And there's nothing wrong with that. But it's when people start complaining about it. That's when I start getting peeved.
Yeah.
Because then it's like, if you really wanted to just do this for fun, like if you're doing it out of pure enjoyment for music, I don't understand why you would complain about that. Because that's a secondary thing to me. Like the views and like the people who listen are like completely secondary in my head. But to some people, it's something that they prioritize, and that's totally fine. They can have a goal. But at some point, if you start letting it overtake it, then it becomes a problem.
Yeah. It's the whole being concerned with numbers thing, isn't it?
Yes.
Step aside Warhammer 40k. Here come the 40k Simpsons step.
What the fuck? I returned how stream. We're kind of ranting about people who like clout. So clout
I
chasing
wouldn't
versus
call it
love for the
ranting,
game.
but okay.
Well, I mean, I guess it's expanding on their perspective. Is that better? I feel like that's better. Instead of, it's not exactly ranting because I haven't gone angry. I could if I really wanted to, but I love the double hat. It goes crazy. Thank you so much. It matches in game.
Fish love me, women fear me.
If I've gone missing, I've gone fishing. But
I've been at the bait section for 20 minutes. Jesus.
just because we were talking about it. We're basically, originally we started with like the nuances of music and then becoming an idol and like becoming a performer, and now we're talking about people who want to sing but don't actually like want to sing. They're only doing it because it like brings them people, like brings people in, if that makes sense. Also, we're getting ad in 3 minutes. I'm gonna grab more water during that time, but just a warning.
I might grab water as well. I had rehearsals yesterday. My throat's
Oh
killing
really?
me.
You had rehearsals?
Yeah. Yeah.
I've been like practicing for Friday. Like I want to say like
I'm so
just to see
happy
if I
that it's
can do
happening
it.
so soon. And because I finally sent through my last essay, so I'm just like, yes!
I know.
I have nothing to
Congratulations!
do. Thank you.
Congratulations! For those that don't know,
I'm ready to.
Jay was in an exchange program for. Can I just say it?
It was an internship.
It was an exchange internship between Australia and Japan, and Jay's finally done with the program, and now they're just waiting for the certification and licensing, which is super cool.
I'll just and then I'll just graduate.
Yeah.
I'll finally finish my undergrad.
Sick as fuck.
Uh,
So fucking sick. And then go
and
back
then I
for
do
masters.
it all again for postgrad. Thank you.
Congrats. Everyone say congrats. I know. It's so cool. All that
Thank
for your
you.
fucking undergrad though. Like that's evil. That's not even your
Granted,
master's.
I did take a lot longer.
I mean,
I did take a lot longer with a degree.
that's fine though. I feel like there's nothing wrong with taking longer with a degree.
As in, like, the pathway that I went with. So, all of this could have been condensed into a 3-month exchange trip to Japan.
Yes, but
But instead, I did, like, about 4 extra units. Still went on exchange, but only for, like, 2 months. And then did the internship on top of that.
amen. Was it more fun that way?
Yeah.
Probably. Was it longer? Absolutely. But there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
I feel like sometimes the longer route is a lot better overall because then you can take time to actually enjoy what you're doing and like internalize it.
Oh, for sure.
Because like that, if
I
you just
was-
did that 3-month one, you would have been like in and out and called it a day.
Yeah. I think on top of that, it also gave me a little more time to kind of figure out what I wanted to do in the degree. I was
Yeah.
very lucky that... So, I have an international studies degree, or I just finished one.
Yeah.
My major is in Japanese studies, so it's both the language part of Japanese and then the socio-cultural stuff along with it. Where was I going with this? Yeah, like, I guess just going straight through, blasting through all the language units and then going on exchange. I don't think I would have been able to find, I guess, the area of research that I'm now interested in. So, yeah, I'm lucky that the degree I chose was one that I ended up enjoying.
Thinks about my undergrad experience. Oh god.
Oh,
My undergrad.
was it not the same?
It was I changed majors.
Oh.
So, but the thing is though, I changed majors like halfway through my undergrad. So I had already finished my GEs and I was starting the undergrad stuff, like the upper division stuff. And
Forgive me, what's a GE?
So a GE is like general education, so like all the basic stuff that everyone does. So I had finished all of those early because I had taken college classes in high school. So I finished like half of that in high school, and then I moved on early to my upper division stuff because I didn't have anything to do. And I ended up hating my degree when I got to that point.
Oh no.
So
That's really interesting though. So you can start your whole wait, sorry, Australian trying to wrap her
No,
head
you're
around
fine. You're fine. Ask your questions.
what is it? American education system. So college is uni for you guys, right?
Yes, that is uni.
Okay. So I find it really interesting that you can start with college related stuff in high school.
Yeah. So in high school, you have two options. You can choose to take an advanced placement class, which
break
takes
from the
over
ads?
the entire school year,
Want a break
or
from
you
the
can
ads?
choose to enroll at an actual like college institute, like a community college, for example. The lower, I don't know if is it called a community college for you as well? A junior college?
College? I don't think we have that. Ah, I suppose. Is it a pathway to get into college?
Yes, kind of.
We've
Sort of.
got something like that called TAFE. It's essentially more skills based. It's a shorter course, and
Oh,
it gives
no.
you a pathway into a degree.
No, that's
for
like
university.
that's like kind of trade school, but it's similar. It's similar in the way that you're building up to that degree. So basically, like you could take one at a junior college. You could take classes at a junior college for a semester instead of the whole year, just to speed up the process. Because in the AP courses that are offered at your high school, you weren't guaranteed those college credits until you take that test at the end of the year. Of like everything you learned. So instead of taking I took both technically, but instead of taking more AP classes, I just took courses at the pre-existing like junior college campus that was nearby. So I ended up doing all of the general education that every single degree in California does for the actual diploma or like the bachelor's degree, right? And because I had finished everything early, I could have moved on to my upper division stuff. And then as soon as I took my upper division like specialized courses, I ended up like hating it. So thankfully, I had only taken like a few of those specialized courses so that if I changed my major, it'd be easier to do. But I spent so much time working towards that original major that I had no clue what I would change to. So I ended up changing it to something more general. Does that make sense?
I see. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Wow. I think also the idea of what is it, GE courses, I don't think that's a thing here.
Really? You don't have you don't have
yeah.
like courses that are shared between every major?
No.
Oh,
Not at
wow.
all.
Not even
Yeah,
like math?
no. No.
Oh,
Hell no.
okay.
No. There are definitely compulsory units that you have to finish within the degree.
Yes.
And then the rest are kind of electives that are either still related to the degree or completely unrelated. So, for example, I
Right.
did... What is it? I ended up with a minor in music because I did so many music units.
Ah, that's funny as fuck.
But it's completely unrelated to international studies, right?
right.
So it was that, and then for a semester, because I had nothing else to do, I did a creative writing thing. So, that's my experience of like my units and my whole degree. I didn't know that. Wow. Okay.
So, like for an American degree, did my ad run already? Why is it saying that? Huh? Hold on.
No.
Oh, it already ran.
The last ad I got before I got that subscription, thank you by the way.
I didn't
That
know
was
it ran
like
already.
4 minutes long. Was it supposed to be that long?
The ad?
Yeah.
Did you refresh after getting gifted?
Oh, I did.
Oh, well,
So I got hit with the ad first,
Yeah.
and then the subscription came. And I got hit with like 5 minutes of ads. The first one was the fucking Chucky shoe, by the way.
you can never
It's
escape the
back.
Chucky shoe.
Why is it back?
I'm sorry.
I had a grace period. I had a grace period of
I'm
like
sorry.
almost a year, and it's back. That's crazy.
I don't. So the way that I have my ads set up, I have it set so that we have 1 hour of uninterrupted stream from ads.
Ah.
But the trade away for an entire hour of no ads is that I have to run 3 minutes of ads in a row. But I do have I do have it set for the beta ad display. Instead of taking up the entire stream, it pulls it to the side and mutes it instead. So, but I don't know if a lot of people have been getting that style of ad lately because I know it's a slow rollout. But I have seen it happen to a couple of my friends before when they were watching my stream. But yeah, it's the trade-off. I had to figure out a way to maximize the amount of time that I can have without ads while also like not being annoying about it. Because the other option is I run 30-second ads every 15 minutes. And I was like, that's crazy.
Oh, Jesus.
That's
no,
crazy.
that's awful.
And I was just like, no, it's okay. We'll just have that ad break, and then once that ad break is done, anyone who joins the stream, no matter at what time after that ad goes in, they don't get hit with an ad immediately. So that's called pre-roll.
Oh.
Those are pre-roll ads, and then some people will have like mid-roll ads, which is the opposite. So you'll have ads that will still play. In the same way, but if someone tries to watch your stream, they're going to be hit by ads first instead of getting directly hit by your stream. Or like being entered into the stream. Does that make sense?
Yeah. God, do I need to think about ad rolls now?
I
Jesus.
mean, you don't have to. I think it's just something out of convenience for me because I find it's easier to time my breaks to an hourly process versus like I think, for example, I think Bubba has hers set for like every 30 minutes. It's like 30 seconds every 30 minutes. I can't remember exactly. I don't have Twitch Turbo, so I have Twitch Turbo, so I don't get ads anyways whenever I watch someone.
Oh wow.
But I'm pretty sure hers are more frequent but shorter in quantity.
Right.
In terms of how long
I've been
they
learning
run.
a lot about streaming and stuff from you guys.
I learn a new thing every day. I talk to Seb.
No, genuinely. Genuinely, you and Bubba and Sis sometimes as well. I'm just like
sometimes,
oh,
just sometimes.
Sometimes
funny.
when I'm able to catch a stream.
It's just
but
funny.
yeah.
Because every
It's a
time I
lot
talk to
more
you, it
complex.
happens.
Yeah.
It is slightly, but you have to also understand where Twitch is coming from as a platform. Because if you think about it, think of how many accounts are on this platform, and how many accounts are actively streaming, and like, their VODs are being saved for a week minimum. You know what I mean? And their stuff is in the database and the storage base for way longer than just a week. Like the VOD, for example, if you go onto like some random person's stream who doesn't have Twitch Turbo, who doesn't have like Twitch Partner, right? They have their VODs up on that channel for a week for other people to watch, but they can keep their VODs in that database for at least, I think 30 days is what for regular like users. So for them,
I thought it was 2 weeks. Oh,
I don't know. I don't know what it is anymore because I had Twitch Turbo. Sorry.
because Turbo. Okay.
Because Turbo. But like, because you have to think about the amount of people who used to stream, or people who actively stream and are streaming like 12 hours a day for the grind of like becoming a streamer as their livelihood. You know what I mean? So I understand why Twitch is rolling out all these ads as a like a fallback for it.
Yeah.
But also, like, just buy Twitch Turbo, guys.
But also, guys, stop giving me the fucking chocolate chew.
Do you have
Any other ad?
Do you have? What is that? What did you just get?
What the fuck? My eyes. I didn't get shit.
Oh, it just looked like something on my screen was happening. That was weird.
No, something zoomed across my screen as well.
Was it like
like
bright red?
Blue?
Red and blue?
Bluey red. Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever was
Who
that?
the fuck is fishing from?
Do you
over
have
yay?
like app tracking or like network tracking on? Like personal track stuff? Like opt-in for analytics kind of things? Old Bay, thank you so much. Welcome in. I also missed Hextick. That's gonna be hard.
Welcome
Hextick.
in.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, my game's kind of lagging a little bit. So sorry to everyone that had to see that. What the heck? That's nuts.
That's a really bad joke. Hang on.
I know. After I said it, I was like, wait, that's so bad. edit, it was so bad. I was like, wait. No. Sorry guys. That was completely unintentional. Just be sure to delete the VOD after. I'm gonna have to edit it and then re-upload it, I think, cause that's crazy. Anyways, must have been the wind. That's my favorite thing to say. Must have been the wind. I love saying that.
So
Anyways, as we were saying, Twitch just has a really bad way of like combating the bandwidth problem. And I don't know if you guys have seen, but recently creators have been having to like move their VODs over to YouTube, for example.
Oh.
And the reason why they're moving it is because the Twitch had like added an upload storage limit. And I think
yeah.
I don't know if you've probably seen it when you're like uploading your VOD.
I have, and then I'm just like, well, I stream once every like 5 months, so it's fine. But then, yeah, okay, that makes sense why I guess you and Bubba have been posting VODs these days.
Oh,
on
no,
YouTube.
no, not so much me. I've only been saving the VODs that I think were like really, really interesting.
No, I get that, but I mean, still posting.
Yeah.
You know?
Like for example, Bubba and Strawby, they upload their VODs the most, and it's a good way to keep people like retained and on your YouTube channel if you don't do anything outside of it. Like Bubba, for example, she does a lot of shorts. Same with Strawby, she does a lot of like TikTok stuff. They both do technically, but basically like the way that Twitch is now, you can't keep the longevity that you could. And you can combat that by having Twitch Turbo or becoming a Twitch partner. Because with Twitch Partner or Twitch Turbo, I think Twitch Partner, you get up to 6 months of storage or like VOD saved, like on archive. In terms of like actually visible to the public. And I think they get up to a year to save their VODs in their own personal stuff.
Damn.
And then I have Twitch Turbo, so I can have my VODs to the public for 3 months. And then I can keep those I can decide if I want to download them or not after 6 months of the original stream. I could be spitting misinformation about like the personal storage one though. Like I have to look. What's my oldest VOD on here? Let me see. Sort by created date, ascending. Yeah, my oldest VOD that's still on my storage right now is from February 9.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so it's been 4 months.
Wow.
So there's definitely like a lot of like workarounds for it, especially in the short term. But if you want to like archive it forever as like something to look back on, like obviously like a YouTube channel is like the best way to do it. And that's the same thing with YouTube. Like YouTube has a really hard time making money and profits back. Hence the reason why YouTube Premium exists and why they run so many ads if you don't have YouTube Premium, because there's so many people on there that can just upload shit to upload shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like everyone's trying to be a content creator these days. Like it's not a secret. So there's a reason why that there's so many ads and like people subscribe and like have the memberships and they'll have all these like well obviously like ad block exists, but like in terms of like turning profit, the only way that they can turn profit is just by making more subscriptions. And I think that's why a lot of people have problems with Twitch, because it's so many ads at once.
Yeah.
And it's also at the same time though, it's also the streamer who regulates who chooses what those ads are. Because streamers can have the option to deal with it. Some people don't, some people do. So, and that's totally fine. Like there's nothing wrong with that. It's just like you have to understand it's the company trying to find a balance.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it is
they've
to
given
uplift.
It's like they've added features or added control to an extent.
Yes.
Or they've given their creators control to an extent for, you know,
Yeah.
how they want to go about it.
Yeah.
But then they've also just been like, this is something that's necessary for
Yeah,
us.
absolutely.
So,
It's just the problem is with Twitch in particular, they haven't added that new dynamic ad feature like channel wide. It's an option that you have to opt into, and even then you're not guaranteed to have it. So you end up missing the content of what's happening on that live stream. Meanwhile, like YouTube, it just pauses the video. And
yeah.
like with YouTube live streams in particular, you can go back on those live streams, but Twitch you can't until that VOD is re-uploaded, if it ever is. And I think that's why people have such a big problem with Twitch. But I think Twitch has more benefits for the viewer than it does YouTube. But that could change within like the next few years if YouTube like
yeah, I was gonna say knock on wood.
yeah. That could change, and then I could just stop paying for a Twitch subscription. I don't know. I only have to pay for YouTube Premium, and that's it. But it's the same thought. Like you can't really streamline it without losing money, and I don't think Twitch wants to lose money because they've grown so much already. And they're finding ways to improve it for sure. Like for example, oh you're so small, hi little kitty. For example, like you'll see the Twitch Plus the Twitch Partner Plus program, right? Where you have to get like you have to get this amount of points for 3 months consecutively in order to have a bigger ad revenue or like ad share, right?
Yeah.
And that makes sense because like obviously Twitch isn't going to give you more money if you can't prove that you can do it. That's just a fact of life. If you can't prove that it's working, then why should you deserve it? And they're also having like all these promos with like the current promo is like discounted subs for the week.
Yes, that's been across my phone like, for
like every day.
too long.
Like
yeah,
shoving
I know.
it down
It's like
my
I
throat.
can't see people chatting.
And it's just like they're finding workarounds towards it, and of course it's not a long-term fix, but it is short-term in terms of like going from net neutral to a slightly net positive. And I think that's my biggest challenge, or not my biggest challenge. I think that's their biggest challenge. Coming from a corporate standpoint, of course they have the Twitch cons, which is like twice every year, and there's one in Europe, there's one in the States, which makes sense because those are like the biggest places where streamers are, but that's not enough considering how many people will literally like watch without actually being there. Oh, why is my brain being fished? Not the. Can you get the brainworms out of my head? Can you get the brainworms out of my head? I would appreciate it if you did.
I got it. Oh. I looked at green and I'm like, it's a fucking sea bass, damn it.
Fucking sea bass. But it's the thing, like, from a company standpoint, after working in a big girl job for a little bit, I've kind of understood, I've understood how, like, corporate companies operate and what they need to start prioritizing. Because obviously, like, overall user experience for both sides is the #1 priority, but you also have to understand why they take certain steps for like promotions. Like obviously oh, I have so many achievements. Oh my god, I have so many. I'm gonna go buy a new thing though. So I just wish that there was an option to also just turn off ads, period dot.
Yeah.
But also at the same time, if you're someone who's like garnering CCV like a motherfucker, it's also an opportunity for Twitch to lose money. So I understand why you can. I understand why you can. And it's also good for like smaller content creators to get like ad revenue eventually. You know what I mean? Like sure, the threshold is $50 to like deal with taxes and shit, but I don't know. That's just my thought process, I think. Cause at some point you kind of just get used to the ads. Like, oh, sorry, ad break. Like, I can't do anything about it. No. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think it's a good opportunity for streamers to also learn what works with their kind of content as well. Like, for example, when we're talking this much, it's a great time to have an ad break when I'm starting to get tired of talking and need to grab water, right? Speaking of, when is my next ad
Weren't
break?
we supposed to get water, like...
We were supposed to, but my sound didn't play.
Like a full half hour ago? Oh,
Well, it was
like
it was like 20 minutes ago. Yeah, so when my sound plays, that means that my ad has run. Ah!
Hello, Raiders!
Hi, Chewy! Oh my god, Chewy! Hi, everyone! Guys, Chewy is so cute! Sorry, Jay, give me like 2 seconds. Chewy, I'm gonna give Chewy like an separate shout out. Ah! Fuck, never mind. Anyways, Chewy just recently debuted, by the way, and I think they're so cute, and I accidentally caught them on stream testing something, and they got embarrassed, so now I feel bad. But... let me show you guys what Chewy looks like. Chewy is so adorable. And they play a lot of Kingdom Hearts. But how is stream, by the way, while I pull this up? Give me like 2 seconds. I know you were playing Volcano Princess. I love that game. Volcano Princess is such a good game. I thought about streaming that game recently, but I was like, no, it's okay. I've played enough of it. Where's your debut trailer? Or like your... Sorry, can I show that on stream, actually? Let me ask for permission first. let me ask for permission first. Can I show your debut opening on stream? Is that allowed?
Do it.
But welcome in, Raiders. My name is Sev. I am a pre-debut, last day of pre-debut Strangler Fig Tree Tuber. Thank you so much for being here and welcome in. It was fun. I ended up playing for 5 hours by accident. See, Volcano Princess is so fun. Okay, let me pull up Chewy's thing. But I'm debuting on June 13 at 5 p.m. PST. Be there or be square. And if you're not there, I'll probably be like, okay, whatever. That's fine, I guess. That's just, I'm not gonna hold you to it. It is what it is. If you don't want to go, you don't want to go.
Be there or don't, you know.
I'm not gonna stop you. Like, it's okay if you don't want to go. Like, this totally isn't reverse psychology, by the way, guys. As you can see, we're playing web fishing. I have 2 hats on. One that says "Fish love me, women fear me," and the other one says "Women fear me, women fear me, fish fear me. Men turn away their eyes from me. As I walk, no beast dare makes a sound. In my presence, I am alone on this barren earth." Anyways. But this is Chewy. Chewy is a cute little field mouse who does cooking, and I thought their concept was so cool. I discovered them recently. I didn't know. The first time I came into their stream, I didn't know they debuted literally like 2 days before. And I was like, oh shit, I'm so sorry. Okay, anyways, this is them. Can you hear it? Let me turn off my Spotify. Oh my god, you can't hear it. Wait a second. Fuck. Wait. Why can't you hear it? Okay, Spotify, pause. Jay, don't say anything. For like...
Hi. Hi.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let me play it. Like, they did stop motion animation. Isn't that so cool? So cute. I hope it's starting to have a good stream. Thank you, Zatsu! Thank you for joining in the raid. I appreciate it so much. But look how cute! There's even like the little like visual novel character at the bottom. Isn't that sick as fuck? And then all the stop motion claymation. Like, come on! That's so cool! I'm so sorry the quality is ass, by the way. I don't have Twitter Premium. I refuse to pay for that shit. But look how cute he is! Look at Chewy with his bed head! And then he shakes it away.
Aww.
He's so goated. And there's a mole on his neck. I didn't even realize that there was a mole on your neck until now. That's so fucking cool. Ah! Ah! Sorry, I'm a big fan, as you can see.
This is adorable.
That's what I'm saying. So if you don't follow Chewy, do it now. What are you doing? Do it now. Anyways, that's it. Thank you, Chewy, for the raid. If you need to raid around, I totally understand. It's been 5 hours of Volcano Princess. I'm not gonna stop you from going back. It's okay. However, if you start playing Volcano Princess offline, I'm not gonna stop you. Just don't forget to save. Just don't forget to save. Okay, let me move back my OBS. Thank you, Jay, for the moment of silence for like a few seconds.
That's fine. It's like, don't say anything. And I'm like, up,
Shut up. Okay, I'm sorry. But today we're doing web fishing. Originally, I was supposed to do a game called I Am Dead, and then I started talking about musicals, specifically Epic the Musical, Heathers, and Hamilton. So that got sidetracked pretty quickly. And now we're on web fishing. So feel free to join if you want. I have the code. I just can't show it on stream because earlier there was a troll.
Just ask.
just please ask. Please. Feel free to join if you want. Just ask, okay? Because I don't want another incident happening. Because I have to edit my VOD later now. I have to edit my VOD later. I'll just put it in this for now. Anyways. My 3 favorite musicals? Really? Is it really? Hamilton, Epic, and Heathers? What was that? Oh, but did a meteor fall while I was getting raided? Fuck. Are you serious?
Can I say something? I think it just happened.
Oh, really?
Like,
Where?
there's a spot that's like smoking,
Oh,
like
I
right
see
next
it!
to me.
I'm gonna go get it. No one get it, please.
Okay.
Someone's drunk also. Really? Do you have like a top favorite, like out of the 3 of them? Because my top favorite, well, I mean, Epic's not really like up there for me because I really liked In the Heights and West Side Story. But I think my top favorite is Heathers for me. So if yours is also Heathers, I'm gonna be like, oh my god, we're twinning. Oh my god. Epic, Heathers, and then Hamilton. Ooh, okay. Oh, also, to the Raiders, if you have a specific musical and or song that you really like, or you really like Epic the Musical and want to blurt stuff about Epic the Musical, feel free. I don't give a gaff. Unidentified fish object. What the fuck? Oh, this game says the fuck in the actual text. I did not know that. I learn new things every day.
This just in, web fishing says the fuck word.
They say F word.
Right.
Epic and then Heathers, but the top 2 are really close. Ooh. See, earlier we were talking about it, and I was like, the reason why I like Heathers so much is because of the musicality. Like, the actual musicality of the musical. And I was like, that doesn't make sense. But when you start singing it and you have fun with it, then you start choosing stuff that makes you, like, have more fun. Candy Store, in particular. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
So,
Jay, we need to do a cover of that.
What? I think I commented like just earlier that for a school concert I actually did that candy store.
That's so fucking cool. Of course you did. Of course
What do you
did.
mean? Of course I did.
Because you're just like the coolest person that I know.
Oh.
Aw. Wait, I
Oh,
can put my
shit, thanks.
boogies on now. I have my boogie back. That's my favorite cosmetic ever.
Yeah. Oh, which one?
The booger nose one. I love that thing.
And then you just blip,
Blech.
blip.
What's my tail again? Oh no, yeah, that's right. See, playing web fishing is just me trying to get back what I originally had. Anyways. But you really did that in high school?
Yeah. So how do I? Okay, so the people that I'm about to perform with,
Yeah.
were friends from high school,
Holy fuck. Wardrop.
right?
Holy fuck.
So they've been going around doing gigs around Sydney.
Yeah.
And then across Australia. I didn't realize how big the scene was. Hang on, sorry, I threw! No, my fish! Sorry.
No, my fish!
It was 4 stars!
Damn.
What the fuck? The guy that fished your brains just fished something out of my head.
Again? There's another meteor? Wait, did he actually, like,
No, I don't know, it
unironically
was
fish
just-
something out of your head?
It was just a really big fucking fish. I don't know, it just went through me. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
And there was another meteor. Okay, so yeah, so the people that I'm about to do a gig with this month,
Yeah.
were friends from high school. So it was a girl that was in the grade above me, and then her boyfriend.
What
The girl was
hammerhead?
really into musicals, and
Uh-huh.
she was the one that asked me to perform with her with Candy Store.
Oh, that's so cool.
So, yeah. So, yeah, that was something. It was my very first time, I guess, listening to anything musical related as well.
Oh, wow.
So,
Okay.
that intro was very much like, oh.
Oh. Like, I didn't know
okay.
musicals could get down like that.
So listen up, biatch. Yeah.
Such a good song.
Not sure if I have the range for that anymore, though.
That's okay. Oh, it's microscopic.
Tis it, it's Candy Store.
Please stand still. I'm a doctor. Trust me. That's funny as fuck.
Yeah, that's the...
That's funny as fuck. Lobotomy.
Holy shit.
Just
Big
like-
fish, big fish.
I love how you're announcing it like we won't be able to see it until later. Just explaining why you're so loud and why the clicking is increasing. So funny. But yeah,
I failed.
like just thinking about music in general, we're just like rubber banding back and forth all the time. Heather's is probably the most fun from a performer's perspective, I think. Cause like Epic is also great, but it was produced in the way that it was recorded. Not saying that it can't be produced as a live production, but you can tell the difference between how they were made or like what they were intended for. Oh my
So
god, he
you
is fishing my
prefer-
neck.
A doctor, trust.
I'm doctor. Like he just got a
So-
huge
so-
fucking fish out of my neck. Anyways,
That's what I'm saying! That's what he just did!
how is he doing that? What the hell? What was your question? Sorry.
Does he have the bait that... So you'd say that you kind of prefer Heather's more because you know for certain that it can be performed live?
No, I prefer it because of the experience it gives you when you're singing it. Because
Right.
the attitude that you can exude while singing in the Heather's musical is very different from the attitude you exude from Epic. Because Epic is a story retold, like
Yes.
literally. And while Heather's is also a story retold in some sense because it was originally a movie and like a comic and stuff, you can tell that it was made to wow people in the live audience for the first time when it's listened to. And that's not saying like
I see.
Epic doesn't wow people on first listen. Like I've been very impressed by Epic the musical. It's just you can tell when something was made with the intention of a live audience versus just production.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Right.
Right.
I don't know if that makes sense.
Haven't... No, I do get what you mean. It's like... I don't know. There's some songs that you just absolutely have to hear live
Oh my God,
because
it's
it was
pushing my
made
neck
for
again.
that, right?
Right. My freaking neck, bro.
My neck, bro.
What is that? That has to be like a level. Oh my god. You got that out of
What
my
the
neck,
fu-
bro? My spine!
Had a bit of a stiff neck. My spine! You're all good now?
I've been
It took how many fish?
They took all my cartilage out of my body. What the fuck? Cause sharks don't have actual bones, they just have cartilage. What the fuck? My ears! My ears, my cartilage in my nose.
It'd be so funny if you could just low poly yourself and just flop.
Oh,
out
dude,
of the-
that would be. That I can't low poly myself, but I can definitely like blur what I look like. Hold on, can I do this now? Let me see. I have a thing for this. Oh, I just made myself blurry instead.
Well, you okay, dude?
Why is he on the floor?
That's what I'm saying.
Here, this is the closest we'll get to low poly, I think.
My ears, my spine.
I think this is the closest we'll get. Do you see it?
Yes. Oh my god.
Oh, there we go. That's better. That's way more low poly. No biggie. Oh man. Okay. This looks so funny. Perfect. I know, right, Milk? It's so good.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Oh, it's so funny.
Oh no.
Not the
fell.
fully full body mosaic censorship. I should have just done that when it happened. When the incident happened, I should have just done that instead.
The incident.
The incident. Dubbed the incident. Sims moment. For those of you that weren't here or that saw that I didn't stream on Friday, it was because I was guest starring on Strawby's stream,
I have
and
my
she was doing a Sims building stream, like making me a studio apartment, and she made me as a Sim, so I kind of just look like a Sim now. Blah 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 blah. It was so fun and cute for real. I felt bad. Like, I know Strawby was like, it's perfect that you're telling me everything that I need to do. But I still felt bad because it was like me low-key taking over the stream, over her stream. Because of the stuff that I was like, I don't really like this, that kind of thing. This isn't my personal taste, I don't really like this, that kind of stuff. And I felt bad afterward, but Strawby was like reassuring me. She's like, no, it's fine. You're fine, bro. Like, that's what I wanted anyways. And I was like, I still feel bad, though. There she is. Don't feel bad. Damn, who stole your pixels? The what's up dude's kitty right there that's spinning right next to me. He stole my cartilage, so I've become formless.
I just turned my camera just a little bit.
And you see him spinning around.
Fucking busting a move.
So
like,
funny.
goddamn.
But welcome.
Tearing up that dance floor.
Welcome in 9H2O, 9 water. Welcome in. Interesting name, by the way. Our nine hydrogen dioxides. That's
Creature.
hydrogen dioxide? Yeah. No. Wait, that is dioxide, right?
Science.
I can't remember science anymore. I know mono is singular and then di is 2, I think. And then tri is 3. I remember chemistry. I passed that class.
The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell?
I must bang my head. Okay, bro. Have fun. Is there a quick way? It's like, oh, there we go. Dioxide would be O2, not 2O. What do you mean O2? Oh my god. Thank you, Gabriel, for the gifted. Wait, this is basically like you just giving me back the money I gave you. Wait a second. Stop! Stop! Stop it! What? What are you doing? No! That's not...
Let's go!
I paid you this morning.
He's like, here, catch.
I paid you this morning. Why are you giving it back to me? I paid you this morning. Stonks? That's what that is? What the fuck? Well, Sammy, that Miku dude, Rainbow Fish 85, Balarik, and Shiba the Mega Fury, please say thank you if you're here. Thank you for the gifted sub. What the fuck? H2O would be dihydrogen monoxide, not hydrogen dioxide. Oh. Oh, you're right. It's HO2 if it's dioxide. Wait. Hydrogen. I'm Googling this.
We're looking this up too.
It's okay. I wasn't really good at naming stuff. I was just making sure that they good at like making sure they were equal. Okay. I knew how to balance my proton. That's the word, right? My protons and my electrons. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Stop laughing at me! Stop! Stop it! Shut up! 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 I had to think about it. Okay, I'm so glad that I'm pixelated right now because you guys can't see how long I had to think about it with my eyes.
Look at me.
I had to think so hard. Okay. And Jay's laughing at me like the asshole that she is sometimes. Fuck. Fuck. Actually censored? I know. Asshole.
Fuck.
Ah, see, that's what you get. Fuck you. Fuck you. Now we're both small. What's up, bro? I can't believe I had to think about that. That's so funny. Because it's not neutrons. Or... neutrons? Proton. Neutron. Yeah, it is neutrons. Fuck you, Jay. Stop saying Fuck off.
I'm agreeing with you.
Because neutrons don't have a charge. It's the electrons that make an electric charge. I'm so smart sometimes. Let her cook. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. This makes me sick. You guys make me so sick to my stomach sometimes. It's a non-hydrate 9H2O. Oh shit. Oh, so like 9 parentheses H2O. I see. You'd have 9 hydrogen and 18 no. Huh? No, that's wrong. You'd have 18 hydrogen, 9 oxygen. Am I dumb? We literally just talked about this. Oh my god! We literally just had this conversation. There's no way I just did that. Oh! Cooking is a vibe, baking is the chemistry. I'm so glad I'm blurry right now. I hate everyone right now. Let me change my blurry.
Why?
You guys make me sick to my stomach. What is this? Oh, that's not right. Wait, let's make it square. So I just look like, in my 2-pixel glory, I look like those like 8-bit RPG games.
And that guy, Square. Miss that guy.
Miss
Hope
that
they've
guy.
been doing well.
Square. Oh, Square. That's
Love their work.
That's a Discord inside joke
Square.
for people that don't know. Oh, Square. How we miss you.
Oh, Square.
Oh, Square. Now they've been replaced by Colton.
What? No.
What? No freaking way. No freaking way. Let me change the...
Square and I are completely different people.
Pixelization default.
I like how you've just become harder to read completely.
And I think that makes it funnier.
It does.
Now I match the game. Like I don't know what to tell you guys. Like it's just part of the immersion. Oh, hype chest.
Yeah.
Oh, this emote is so cute. Choo choo. 16-bit Sev. Uh-oh. You're glitched? You should probably do the return to spawn and then you should be okay. Thank you for the gifteds again, Gabriel. My fucking I just gave you that money, bro. What the fuck? I'm like more perturbed over the fact that I literally just paid you this morning and then you give it back to me. Anyways. Moving on. What were we talking about? Talking about chemistry. My chemistry teacher got pregnant twice in the same year?
Oh.
A school year is only
Like-
10 months. Like, was she originally pregnant when you were there, or did she have like a miscarriage? Or like,
Oh.
what's the lore here? Twice in the same year? The school year is only like 10 months. And a baby to full term is like 9 months, give or take a couple weeks. How does that happen? That's impressive, if anything. Like, you really just like... Oh, you know what, though? What about the postpartum?
Oh.
That's a topic I won't get into. Anyways. She was already pregnant when the year began. Oh, okay. And then she gave birth and then got pregnant again. I see. Oh. That reminds me of my friend's 8th grade English teacher. She did the exact same thing. Anyways, what?
Is it just a thing with English teachers?
I don't know. I for some reason it's always the English teachers though, I found.
Yep.
I think it's because oh, sorry, I'm fishing. I think it's because like when it comes to English, it's not as like well, that's really subjective, I think. I think English is just easier to just do whatever.
Yeah. The blue curtains signified this and that and this. No, they chose the curtains to be blue because they're fucking blue.
Because like if you
I get what you mean.
if you compare an English teacher to a math teacher, it's very different. Because like math, you need to actually make sure the kids understand what it is. But with English, you have to make sure their writing skills are up to par and if they have good comprehension. But math is so much harder than English, I think. To like instill in other kids, in like kids' brain. You know what I mean?
I suppose. I guess it depends on. I also think it kind of depends on interests as well. I was not interested in math at all. So because of that, I just didn't put any effort into practicing or like doing my homework or anything like that. I loved English.
Right.
So because of that, I would go the extra mile to like, you know, read more, write more, that sort of stuff. It definitely is. I guess it's subjective, but I do agree to an extent that most people, at least in my high school, preferred math over English. Seeing as I was the only one who didn't do it at the end of the high school.
I think just from like a teacher's perspective though, like in terms of what you're doing, it's not so much like you're worrying about the level of like math comprehension that they understand if like they're retaining the formulas and stuff. It's more of like what content you're reading to them. So it's not as much stress, and you can tailor it to that reading comprehension level that you see overall. Versus math, you need to stick to that specific curriculum, or you're not going to go anywhere. Because you have, like in American schools in particular, we have the structure. It follows immediately after. Like you can't take this next class until you do the original one. So it goes from like pre-algebra to geometry, and then to regular. Oh no, I lied. It goes from pre-algebra to algebra 1, and then geometry, and then algebra 2, and then pre-calculus, and then calculus or stats. In high school, in my high school in particular, that's how it was. You couldn't move on to the next one until you did the one before it. So that's the kind of thing. It wasn't
like that for us, yeah.
So that was the thing for my school in particular, and I think that's why math teachers had like less time to be more forgiving in their curriculum in comparison to English teachers, and I think that's why English teachers became more pregnant more often.
I kind of forgot that that's where we were going with this.
Oh my god! That's an insane like sentence.
I just whoa. We went on a journey there, and I'm like, yeah. Wait
a second.
Hold up.
Something's wrong. Moral of the story. Sorry, guys, I totally forgot what we were talking about, and then I had to like quickly summarize it. But you guys can agree though, like your English teachers have been pregnant. There's 3 people in this chat besides me who has had an English teacher become pregnant. And now compare the amount of English teachers of pregnant to people who had a math teacher who was pregnant besides Gabriel. I almost called you Gabe. Besides Gabriel, because Gabriel had the same teacher get pregnant twice, but it was one teacher. Think about it. It's a 4-to-1 ratio right now. Do we see the coincidence that's happening right now? Do we see the math is mathing? It's a 4-to-1 ratio. What can I say? I just think English teachers are more likely to be pregnant for some reason. I don't know. We're gonna get ads in 10 minutes, and I'm gonna take some time to think about what I've said.
This has been a journey.
Mine was in the 5th grade too. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, why are these English teachers pregnant so much? There's 5-to-1 now, guys. 5-to-1. There's math and science behind this somehow. Sev really said, if you look at the evidence, they're more predisposed than any other teacher to become pregnant. And there's nothing that's disproven it so far. Have you ever seen a math teacher be pregnant? Probably not,
Yes.
except for Gabriel and Jay, 5-2.
Yeah.
So, I'm just saying, the 5 is a bigger number than 2. Therefore, it is more likely that an English teacher will be pregnant than your math teacher. And this isn't even
has to be behind it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the English teachers in first place for pregnancy.
this isn't even
That's
like
crazy.
This is just from this small sample size of my own personal chat. Okay, guys, I'm not gonna go into outside statistics because then we're gonna start getting into age group, what level of education they do, and then we're gonna get into like region and like all the different like fucking social class type shit that we could be adding into the statistics. However, from this small sample size of Big Tree Corporation, 5-2 is proven math. And I think it's funnier that as soon as I did that, I caught a fish, and then at the bottom text it says "real fact" at the end, so it's like summarizing it for me.
Yeah, but it's also known as the Google Gobble, bro.
Okay, and it still says "real fact."
Google Gobble teacher pregnant. Like what?
Like what?
Where is the correlation?
Oh my god. It's really hot right now. It's so hot right now. In my case, English is a second language, but teachers didn't care much if we learned it anyway. But still, it's your English teacher.
Big Tree Corp, we are not a cult. Yeah, that's precisely why I have cult end.
Yeah.
Something dubious.
I don't want this on my Google. Don't put that on your Google, Ryan. You are
Don't do it. Don't do it.
a 30+
Don't do
old,
it.
30+ man, cis man. Don't put that on your search history. Let's not add more suspicious things. I don't want this to come back to me and then I have to
More
be questioned about
suspicious
it.
things.
Great discoveries right now on this channel. Thank you for being here. I'm glad you're here to watch this VOD before I boom it from existence. I'm gonna start crying, bro. It's so hot in my room now.
I'm already tearing up, dude.
It's so hot in my
over.
room. I'm gonna lose my mind. Anyways.
How did we get here?
I don't know. And I'm afraid to ask. How did we get here? We were talking about chemistry, and then we started talking about teachers, and then Gabriel was like, my chemistry teacher got pregnant. And then we started talking about English teachers getting pregnant, and then that's, okay, I understand now. The flow of time.
But where were we before that?
Before that, we were talking about 9H2O's username.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Alright.
Because I read it wrong as hydrogen dioxide, which is completely wrong. Thank you guys for fact-checking my chemistry. I passed that class. It doesn't matter. I got my degree. What can I say to you? Music to streaming to pregnant. Chemistry leads to pregnancy. Noted.
Right, music.
Yeah, we started with music.
The first 10 minutes was music, and then it just went.
We went from
That's-
music
that's it.
to idols, then to content creators, then to chemistry, then pregnancy. I think 9 left after this section. Honestly, I would too. I would have too.
No! I
Like
deleted my monocle fragment. Oh no. Sorry, continue.
like if I heard someone start talking about the frequency of pregnant English teachers too, I would have left. I would have been like, what the fuck is happening? Like, no way this is real. God, I love when my streamer is the yapper. Thank God. Thank God. They are missing out? No, I don't know if they're missing out. Oh God, that was, my throat is so dry. I don't have any water. I need to grab water during this ad break.
Water!
Water! As peak content? Oh my God. I'm gonna go, I might keep the VOD still. I will have to edit it and then re-upload it instead. But if anything, I'll just clip what was there and then just like keep those clips only and then just leave, like, keep the VOD off of my stream. I was fucking dying. I hope so. My goal every day when I press start streaming is to make someone laugh so hard that they start coughing. And I think I've done that with 3 people here.
It is a Sunday stream.
I had to sit up out of bed to participate in this chat. It's even better because I have the pixels on right now, so it's like I didn't even say it myself. Oh, you're so right though. It is a Sunday stream.
Yeah.
Holy shit. I love Sundays, guys. Sundays are my favorite day to stream. Like, unironically, it's my favorite day to stream. Like, not even, like, including the moniker that we made of Sundays without God. I just genuinely think my best streams are when it's a Sunday. And you were worried about not being funny enough? I mean, I think that's always my worry, though, because I like to be funny. I am nothing if not funny. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's such a lie. I am nothing
Yeah.
without music. That's what I should say. That makes so much sense. The math is mathing here. We're just gonna make math like
I had to think about it because I'm just like, oh, it's Monday here. Oh, there we go.
There we go. You can see more of my face now. I didn't realize that it was a Sunday either. So I think that makes it even funnier too. Oh,
My first free day in a while, so.
thank God. I can finally bother you now.
God.
Cosmetic fangs unlocked. Okay, let me open all these treasure chests. That's not a treasure chest. Bucktooth. Blue flannel. Closed. I can look like a lesbian for real on this game now. Cosmetic jaws. Okay. Okay, the ads are gonna start. I'm gonna go get water.
I am also going to go get water.
Yeah, because we both sound crazy right now. So like we have like phlegm everywhere. We'll be back.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
I'll just like pixelate myself into oblivion. And then we'll be back. Fuck, my throat hurts so bad.
Oh my god.
I'll be
Want a break from the ads? Want a break from the ads?
Okay, I'm back. I took my vitamins, and now I'm gonna drink my water. Okay, let me depixel a little bit. Holy balls.
Wait, there's orange. Oh my god, hang on. This changes everything.
This changes everything.
This really does change everything. Hang on. Not there.
Okay, let me turn my tracking back on. Anyways, so the crazy part is, this isn't even what the stories I wanted to talk about today were. So...
It just happened.
It just happened. Let me adjust the filter more so that I'm not as blurry. Even though it is quite funny, I'm not gonna lie. Let me start at 0 and then work upward. You enjoy the mouse scroll? There we go.
Yes.
Okay.
Holy fuck!
More pixels. I'm dumb. I didn't realize I'm falling. It's okay.
Croc.
Thank you for being here too. Have a good night.
Take care.
What do I say? Drink some water, stretch, and brush your teeth, cause your breath is gonna stink when you wake up if you don't. Have a good night. Grab yourself a glass of water so that when you wake up and you have a dry mouth, you'll be okay. Thank you for the raid again. Alright. Wait, teacher pregnancy rates aren't what you planned to talk about? No, not at all.
Crazy.
Not at all. Isn't that crazy, guys? Your streamer didn't plan to talk about teacher pregnancy rates.
You tie on popular opinions. You mean that's not what it was about? It's insane.
So, I actually wanted to talk about, like, stuff that happened at the game today. And nothing bad happened. It was just, like, an interesting thing. Because my sister... so my sister and I, we were waiting to go on the ferry to go to the actual game. And it was, like a good 20-minute wait. So my sister and I decided to just talk about random stuff. And, somehow we came to, like, ways people talk. And we started talking about how we both tend to talk really quickly, but now that I've started streaming, I realized, like, how much I speed up my like, speech, right? Or, like, I've started to slowing down because of it, because sometimes people wouldn't understand what I'm saying. And now that I've become more experienced in, like, presenting myself to an audience, I've realized the importance of slowing down, especially because I have a lot of clips of myself literally stuttering and losing steam. So I showed her the clips of me, like, stuttering really badly, as well as the clip of me going, "Spit it out, Michael," which Strawby quoted in the watch party earlier, and I wasn't expecting it at all. And she literally said, "Spit it out, Michael," and I was like, whoa. Wait a second, I literally just talked about that today. And I was gonna bring it up during the watch party, but then I feel like I decided that it was better to talk about it here. So I'm gonna pull up those clips for you guys, so you can understand what I'm talking to and give you guys context. So, for those of you that don't know, I do, in the spring semesters, I do coaching for high school students, so I spend a lot of time, like, explaining stuff and talking to these kids, right? And, when it comes to after work for that coaching, I come to stream, so it's talking and then more talking, and I don't really give myself a break to, like, relax my mouth. And sometimes I'll run out of steam or, like, mispronounce stuff pretty badly. I have a couple clips of this now that I think about it. I'll just send all of them. So there's the first one where I run out of steam. And then, shit. I can't remember what they're called. But I know that there's a lot. There's one where I run out of steam, and then there's one where I completely, like, flub over the words that I was trying to say. I think I was trying to say ticket check-in, and then I completely messed it up somehow. I don't remember how it happened. But I showed my sister these 3 clips in particular, and she started laughing so hard. And I was like, wow, this is the first time I've actually shown you the content that I do on stream. And And the Spit It Out Michael clip in particular, I brought it up to her because she started like stuttering herself. I didn't show her that clip just yet. So she started stuttering and I was like, "Spit it out, Michael." And she started laughing. And it was funny because she did the exact same thing that Strawby does in that clip. Because Strawby and my sister started laughing, not understanding that it wasn't a reference to anything. It was just me saying it, like for no reason. And Strawby goes, "Who is Michael?" And my sister did the exact same thing. I was like, "Who's Michael?" Because she thought I was referencing some kind of pop culture thing. And she was like, "Did I miss another meme on Twitter?" And I was like, "No, it's just something I made up." It was just something I made up. So then I showed her the clip, and she was like, "Oh my god, I totally believed you in thinking that it was a reference to something." So we went into like a whole conversation about like how her friend from middle school into high school like had a speech impediment, and like he has a speech impediment that he'll start stuttering in the middle of like a sentence, and you have to wait for him to speak. And like she's never made fun of it before because that's fucked up. Like, why would you do that? But the only time he has ever spoken clearly and like perfectly was when he's completely angry. So he like flows perfectly fine when he's angry because it's just coming out. And she was telling me about this one time that he was trying to explain a really upsetting situation. Because I guess something really upsetting to their entire friend group had just happened to them in person. And her friend Paul, I'll just say his name, her friend Paul was trying to explain what happened, what he saw that made everyone upset, like because of the outside party, right? And he was trying to explain it, but he kept stuttering. So everyone's like upset listening to him. And then he keeps messing up his words because of his speech impediment. And then at some point, my sister and another friend of hers, they both go, "Spit it out, Paul!" And then they're like, "Oh, fuck."
Oh, no.
But the thing is, though, they were all frustrated because they were already upset at first. And then it was the fact that he couldn't get the details out fast enough that they said, "Spit it out, Paul." Like, no harm was meant towards it at all. But it's just the fact that he had that speech impediment that it's really bad to say. But they laugh about it now. So it's like an inside joke for them. So I think that Spit It Out Michael like clip is partially inspired by that. Because I remember her telling me this story a few years ago, very clearly, because I was so like appalled that they said "spit it out" to a dude that had speech impediment.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
But like I get it from if you were in that situation, like you're already angry and someone's taking too long to tell you like what happened. I feel like I probably would do that too, on accident. And they did say it on accident, but it was like the frustration bubbling up from it. So I think that Spit It Out Michael clip is inspired from that in my brain because I was intoxicated during this stream. And I just don't know who Michael is. And I was telling my sister, I was like, yeah, I have no clue who Michael is, and I haven't talked to a Michael in like forever. So I don't know where he came from. But the way that I was like trying to save it was explaining how the game setting was, because it takes place in like the rural, like middle of nowhere America with fucking ghosts and shit, right? And I was like, yeah, the character in the game that like walks us through all the steps is a stereotypical white looking man. So I probably like projected the name Michael over him because I couldn't remember his actual name. But that still doesn't make sense because the game was already like closed by the time that clip happened. So I don't know what my brain was thinking at that time to say Michael, but it flowed really well that Strawby believed me, so I don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck. Like, it was funny, and now we have something to say whenever we start studying. Michael. Spit it out, Michael! Like, you don't need someone's actual name. You just need to say Michael, and then you're like, dude, stop stuttering, slow down, that kind of thing. Now I'm drinking water.
Michael
My throat
has
is dry.
now just been brought into the world.
And I'm so sorry to anyone in this chat if their name is Michael and they hear me say that and they're like, what the fuck? What am I saying? What am I saying now? What did I do? What did I do? I'm so sorry, but it's going to happen. It's become a part of my lexicon now because I said it to my sister on accident today. And now my sister knows the joke.
Oh dear.
So, I don't know what to tell you. Like, my sister knows the joke now. I can't not use it. Like, it's part of my lexicon. What am I supposed to tell you? Thank you for the French toggle. I don't remember how to do.
French toggle?
I do. I just added it recently. Mostly because of the sound alerts that I found. I sound super German right now. That's not right. Let me
Vaguely European.
let me finish the fishing, and then I'll play the sound alerts again without the music. Les Francois, les Québécois. Oh, that also reminds me. We were talking about the French, not the French, but the Canadian accent. The way that they speak in Vancouver is very different from the way that Californians like myself speak. I can't explain it right now because it's the French toggle right now. But the way that they speak with a way that they sound like they're asking a question every single time they speak. So does that bring the intonation upward at the end of their sentence? Like this, but not with the really shitty French accent. Does that make sense?
So does this mean you'll have more toggles in the future?
Perhaps. There is a lot of stuff for debut that I haven't revealed just yet. The French one is the only one that I have opened to the public right now. I think there's like, hold on. I think it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, hold on. I can't count. Wait, give me a sec. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 6. There's 6. There is 6 toggles that I have, or 6 redeems I have now added for you guys to use. So be excited for that one. What the fuck is this fucking accent, man? See, the funny thing is, last Sunday when I was playing I Am Dead, I ended up speaking in a fake French accent, like out of habit, and I didn't even bring up the French toggle after, and it was coming out very naturally until I did the French toggle. I think it was Ryan that spent money on it. Anyways, so I did it for free, and then he toggled it, and then I did it for 5 more minutes.
I'm not in a cult, dude. Don't know what to tell you.
What can I say? It's not the cult. It's the cultins.
It's pretty fucking clear by my name, you know? Pretty fucking self-explanatory, I don't know.
France, les chansons. Hi, Asa. Hello, Asa. Bonjour, Asa. Quebec isn't real. The French Canadians would like to disagree. They have a special type of French called Québécois. I think that shit sounds stupid. En effet.
Oh my god.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Streamer. I can't. I almost said Culturacoso, even though it's the fucking French toggle right now. Anyways, Cultin's member. I therefore had to take a double take on reading that. I see. Big Tree Corporation is not a cult. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. I own a shrine, not a cult.
Yeah, that's why it's culted.
Cultins. It is a cult.
It's not a cult.
It is not. It is not a cult. It is a cult. Is it a cult? It's 5 minutes. Yes, it is. It's 5 minutes. I have to struggle for 5 minutes. I prefer the Aussie toggle over the French one. Please do not redeem this during my slides on Friday, please. I will kill myself.
Redeem the Aussie toggle, like, right after.
You can... Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Zit! Zit! nuts. Zatsu.
Yeah, fuck no, mate.
This is unfortunate.
Have a drink. Have a drink.
I did drink and then I started coughing.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well,
I still have to do the French toggle still. You redeemed
Okay,
your
so
Aussie
it's
toggle
queued
to
up.
LA. Fuck.
so
But it has the timer going. That's the problem. Oh my god. So like, how do I talk in like a French Australian accent?
That is a question.
How do I?
That is a question I
How do
don't know.
I? How do I
to
do that?
answer.
Like, I feel like my Australian accent is way better than like the French one, because then I start sounding a bit German.
Do you?
Do you now? Really? Is that true?
Really?
Because then I start saying things that aren't actually French. And I start saying "nique ta mère," which means "fuck your mom." And I'll say it in a perfect like.
But hey, you could say that in English too.
I say.
With an Aussie toggle, maybe.
Oh, it said be normal before it told you to be Aussie. Oh, that's perfect timing then. Never mind. Anyways, but like if I say
Go
nique
flip.
ta mère, I'll say nique ta mère without the French accent. Is so weird. But basically, like I can say that in perfect
Nique
French
ta mère.
accent. Shut the fuck up. I can say that in like a perfect accent, and then you start telling me to say other words like regular ass English words in a French accent, then I start struggling. Like there's no
Wait. Can you do the B movie intro with a French accent, please?
You'll have to wait like 15 minutes, bro. There's no way I'm actually doing that for free. You need to start spending your money. I'm just saying, if you're a hoarder, like you can do it.
Did.
You
I
can
just did.
You can do it again, can't you? You've spent 10,000 points this chat or this stream. You can do it again. No. Jay's cooking for real. Well, you're gonna have to wait like 10 more minutes to figure out when it's gonna happen. Anyways,
Rewards on cooldown. It'll be back in a minute.
exactly. So you're gonna have to wait until this Aussie toggle is done. Okay.
Okay.
That is my only condition. I will
Okay.
read it in a French accent if you wait those 5 minutes.
Okay.
Fuck, what the fuck was I talking about before I even started talking? So like French words are really easy to replicate. However, if I start speaking like regular ass English or like Japanese or Korean, for example, I will start killing myself.
Oh.
Like
In game.
In game. I'll drown in game. Just saying, it's web fishing. Like I'm going to come back anyways. But like, it's okay. This VOD is gonna get boomed anyway. It's fine. So like, everyone that's here right now, you're getting Sev exclusive stuff that won't be posted on the internet. Like that. This is going to be gone after the stream is over. So, congrats on being here, and never again. Yeah? Sweet. So like, there's specific words that I could tell you, like to pronounce and stuff. Like, if you wanted to say, like for example, I can only speak a little bit of French, and I use that sentence a lot whenever people ask me if I speak French, and I'm like, yeah, I don't really speak that much like anymore. I used to be Canadian and now I'm not. So like, what can I tell you? But I'm really good at nique ta mère, which is like fuck your mom. And I think if you want to know how it's spelled N-I-Q-E or N-I-Q-U-E and then T-E and then M-E-R-E. So like, fuck your mom is like a universal thing that I want to learn in any language. So like, eventually I'm going to learn Cantonese just to say fuck you and your mother or motherfucker, right?
Huh.
So one day there will be a stream where everyone just tells me things in their language or like different languages
Within reason.
within reason,
of course.
it must be verified before I read it on stream.
I was gonna say, don't want you to be reading out like war crimes or
Yeah,
something. That'd be
because
awful.
that's crazy. I'm gonna double check it before like I do anything, of course, but also at the same time, like, it has to be funny. Like, I'm not gonna read something boring. Like, sure, you can teach me like you can teach me like, oh, I think you're so pretty, like whatever. Like that's fine, sure. But like, we also have to be a little entertaining. You know what I mean? What's up?
Somebody requests for you to read the B-movie intro in every language?
In every language, if they give me a transcript, absolutely. If they give me a reference to read it properly, absolutely. Otherwise, it will need to be. It will need to be like. It would need to be transcribed and separated into like. Oh, thank God, I can stop talking like this. It would need to be separated into like different sections. So like, someone has to plan it out so that everyone sends me the B movie in sentence by sentence in a different order, or like the same in the exact order in different languages in a Google form. And I think that would be really funny if you guys did that. But that'll have to be like a future stream thing, because I don't have anything set up for that.
Okay.
Yeah, Jay's writing this shit down. She's like, she's pulling up a sticky note and shit. Web fishing? Hi, Icy.
I will remember.
I will remember this.
Hello.
It's like in Walking
I will
Dead.
remember.
Walking Dead, when you make a decision.
They'll remember that. Yeah.
They'll remember that. I have a drawing of myself, and Sis with that specific meme, and it's just me drawing over like a wig over them. I think it was with let me find it. How long ago was that? But I remember having that, and I sent that to Sis, and he laughed about it, and I was like, great, I made someone laugh. Anyways, what was I gonna do? I'll look for it later. I'll send it later in the Discord. But I do want to do a stream where like I look into different languages, because my goal in life is to become a polyglot. And for those of you that don't know what a polyglot is just a person who can speak multiple languages.
Let's go.
It's another way of saying multilingual, but in a cooler way, because people don't know what you're trying to say. And then that's how you get the conversation started, because someone could be like, oh, what's a polyglot? And then be like, well, a polyglot is someone who wants to learn multiple languages, like, for example, and then it's conversation starter. I'm telling you guys, it's so easy to start a conversation. You just need to use the right words. And
Press
that's
X to
why... What the fuck? Anyways. So, before Jay rudely pressed X to doubt me...
Wait, I caught a toad. It's a frog.
Fuck your frog.
Toad.
Anyways,
No, don't fuck the frog.
Okay, now you're misconstruing my words. Fuck off.
Conversation.
Fuck off. So I'm just saying, guys, it's really easy to get someone interested in your topic if you use really confusing words. Okay, I don't have words. I see that, because you spelled have wrong.
Oh, that was the problem?
I don't have words. Anyways, so if you start using, this is why I encourage people to expand their lexicon, aka their vernacular, aka their dictionary, aka their vocabulary. Because if I throw out a random ass word and you don't know what it means, you're gonna start Googling it or asking me what it means. Okay? Like, if I say lexicon to you, you're gonna be like, what the fuck is a lexicon? Unless you're a nerd and you know what a lexicon is already. And the only reason you would know lexicon is because you literally had a dictionary to read as a book, or you played a bunch of fantasy games where books were called lexicons. Is this speaking from experience? Maybe. Am I going to confirm or deny this? Perhaps. But understand, the more interesting your vocabulary is, the funnier you can get. Sounds like a monster from Star Wars? What? What sounds like a monster from Star Wars? I'm confused.
Lexicon?
Lexicon? Is Lexicon the monster you're thinking of?
Lexicon. Right.
Rah.
Ah,
Polyglot. Oh, polyglot sounds like a
Polyglot.
monster from Star Wars? I thought he was talking about lexicon too. Oh, that's so funny. Polyglot is 4 or more languages. I can barely speak one well. Well, see, that's the thing though. With polyglot,
Same.
you can get more specific with the amount that you do. Because once you hit multilingual, then it just becomes, oh, it's more than one because of the prefix multi. However, if you start using polyglot, then you're like, polyglot? And then the first thing people are going to think of when they think of poly isn't polygon. I promise you, it's not polygon. It's polygamy. So, then you have the chance. Shut up. Shut up. Then you have the chance to explain. I thought of polygon. I see. You only thought of polygon because you took a math class this past semester. I promise you, if you didn't take a math class this past semester, you wouldn't have thought of polygon. Anyways, so when you get into polyglot territory instead of multilingual, you start getting more specific of 4 or more. Multilingual is mostly used for 4 or more as well, but polyglot is just a faster word to say it. Because you'll hear monolingual, which means you only speak 1, or bilingual because you speak 2, trilingual because you speak 3, but you never hear quadrilingual because quadrilingual is just stupid. Just say multilingual or polyglot, okay? You can say more prefixes, but the more prefixes you add, or like the higher in the prefix you get, you just sound like really pretentious about it. So just use multilingual or polyglot. And polyglot has less syllables, guys. I know you guys stutter too. Some of you are not expert speakers. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I just think like you should make your life easier and use shorter words. And that's why you should invest in a thesaurus. Thank you so much for my Merriam-Webster's. Shut up. See, that's what
After all that!
I spent all that time talking. And then I fucked up at the one thing that I needed to actually have right. Oh my god. I'm gonna end it all.
You did well. Yoku dekimashita.
See?
You did well.
See, that's what happens when you talk too much, guys. That's why you need to find simpler words, because you fuck up on thesaurus. What does this all have to do with the English teacher's pregnancy? What does this have to do with the English teacher's pregnancy? Well,
Doesn't have to be an English teacher anymore.
you know what though?
Sorry.
English teachers encourage you to read books to expand your vocabulary, and expanding your vocabulary is very important, and that's why polyglot is a word. Thank you. When they aren't there to teach you, you teach yourself with the dictionary. Head professor at the Vatican unofficially has polyglottism as part of the job due to all the international pilgrims. Exactly. See? Like, take Pope Leo, for example. He speaks, like, a gajillion different languages. He speaks English. He speaks... Actually, no. I don't know what he speaks besides Latin and English. But he speaks a lot. Like, he had to, like... I don't know if you guys have been on Twitter and witnessed the Pope Crave thing. But there's, like, a bunch of different cardinals that showed up, and they all speak different languages. And the only common thing that they most likely have is Latin, because that's the thing that you do when you're fucking religious. I don't know. And they have to converse somehow, so someone needs to be the polyglot. That's his job. You're the Vatican's translator. Pope Leo is Chicagoan. He speaks the streets. He hasn't lived in America for the past 15 years, I see. I don't know about that. It might be possible, but I don't know if he speaks streets anymore. He probably speaks really politely now. Anyways. Nerd! I know. It's okay. I accept my nerdisms and my nerd title with pride. Because without it, I would not be here. My bad, he speaks sidewalks.
My bad, he speaks sidewalks.
See, you know I've been talking a lot when my lips are dry. Because that means my chapstick's been wearing away. So I'm going to put chapstick on. Take care of your lips, guys. It's a part of your hygiene. It also helps with bad breath, so. Bro speaks interstate highways. See, the thing is, Jay doesn't know what that is.
A highway?
Interstate?
Or
Interstate highways.
It's like within the state, no?
No.
Or crossing states.
Uh-huh. There you go.
So, yeah.
But the thing is, these interstate highways are very long.
Ah.
Because America is much bigger than Australia.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, is that a question?
Yeah. No, like of course. Yeah,
Like,
yeah. Okay.
I don't mean to sound condescending at all. Like, that's not my intention.
No.
That's just how I talk. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Like, I realized as soon as I spoke it, I was like, wait, that sounds rude.
You're good. You're good.
Why is he fishing my brain? Is he trying to grab the vocabulary out of my cranium?
Did you find the brainworms?
Yeah, did you get the brainworms out? I've been waiting for, like, that surgery for, like, the longest time, bro.
America may be bigger, but is it upside down? Let that sink in. True?
Where's the
I'm
sink?
fishing from the fucking sky right now.
Are you actually? No, you're not. Anyways. I think it was dude that was fishing upside down in the sky. That was really weird.
Yeah.
He's trying to find God in there. It's upside down to Jay.
Always. Forever.
Australian maps where they flip the world so that they're on top. Is it true, Jay? Do you really flip the map so that you feel like you're in control?
Can't read a map, so...
I
There
can't
is no
fucking
map near
read.
me.
Like, I can't.
I'm directionally challenged. It doesn't work that way.
I don't remember who said it, but there was someone that tried to say directionally challenged, and it came out completely wrong. I think it was like, oh god, what was it? I think it happened on stream. Live
Oh
discussion.
my god, Quacky. He's beginning to believe. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I can't remember what we said, but it was supposed to be directionally challenged, but they said it with an S word instead. I genuinely can't remember what they said. I think it was like, oh no, it wasn't on stream. It was with my friends. She was like, oh my god, I have to think. Come on, brain. Can you fish my brain again? I think it stimulates the nerves.
Yep, get out of Australia.
Get
Go
out
on,
of Australia.
go on, help her out.
Flip back up. Hold on.
Meow, they said.
Live brain stimulant. I can't remember for the life of me what she said, but it definitely wasn't directionally challenged because we looked at her and went, oh, it was situationally estranged. And I was like, excuse me? I was like, sorry, can you repeat that again? Because we were talking about our left and rights, like walking around like a specific area. And she's like, sorry guys, I'm a little situationally estranged. And I was like, excuse me? You're what now? We're estranged with who? Because earlier that day, we were talking about, like, dating apps and how, like, it's mostly, like, a bunch of situationships or, like, talking stages that never, like, really lead to anything. So I think that's why she said situation, because of situationships. But I was just like, where did you get estranged from?
Also from the dating apps. What do you mean?
Like, I had to... Oh god. I was just so appalled by everything. You got a branch out of my head? That's sick as fuck. Stick as fuck.
Tree.
Tree moment. Stick as fuck. Anyways, it was just such a really funny moment because she was speaking so perfectly like normal, and then she was like, "Sorry guys, I'm so situationally estranged. Like I can't tell my lefts and rights sometimes." And then we all stopped because we were walking on a hike. We all stopped moving. She kept walking for a good 10 paces. Turned around and realized that we were walking with her, and she's like, "Guys, what's wrong?" And then I look at her and I go, situationally estranged? And then our other friend goes, don't you mean directionally challenged? And then she goes, yeah, but you knew what I meant. I was like, what the fuck? You knew what I meant. And I was like, that's not, okay, sure. So I was like, okay, I guess situationally estranged is a new thing that we're gonna say now. And we haven't brought it up since because we haven't talked about like directions at all or like driving recently. But now that I remember what it was, like I think I'm gonna bring it up again just to be funny about it. But I just remember being like I remember all of us laughing. And she's like, what? Like, what's so funny? And then we explained to her, it's directionally challenged, not situationally exchanged. Because, like, you guys...
wrong with a couple of synonyms.
You guys know what estranged means, right? Please tell me you guys do. Okay, so Jay knows. Yes, Finn knows. Okay, cool. But estranged is not the same as challenge.
It's just not into.
They're just like there's like no correlation at all. Like the closest you can get is that it's a negative connotation, and that's it. And then you get situation and direction. The only thing they have in common is the shin at the end. So sometimes I just wanna look at her and like give her a lobotomy just to see what's in there. Even though I know that's not how a lobotomy works, but like
I was just about to say.
I know it's not a lobotomy. I had to clarify because I knew someone was gonna say something, but I just want to look inside her head and like stick and poke in there. Sorry for the stick joke. Like stick and poke in there and see like what's going on in there and what's making her neurons fire. Like what's happening in there?
Core is crazy.
Lobotomy core. Lobotomy time. I genuinely like want to know what like goes on in her head. Cuz this isn't the first time that she has said something completely different than what she was actually intending to do. And I think it's funny as fuck. Like don't get me wrong, I think it's hilarious. Like it's a great thing to laugh about and talk about like in the future, especially now. But like man, your brain must be so fun. It must be so nice to think that. Stop with the stick jokes? Nah. I am Big Tree Corporation. Branch out? You got me there. This is just me laughing. You got me there. I'm not gonna lie, you got me there. How are you getting such big fish out of my ear, bro? Holy crap.
It's just a lot in there. Okay,
I have a lot of thoughts.
So I have to go make dinner. I'm making butter chicken today.
Ooh.
So
Yummy.
this would be my cue to leave. Yep, take care everyone. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Goodbye.
I hate you. Go away. Get out of here. Leave. Jay is so funny. Shout out to Jay for being here and making it so much more entertaining with her laugh. She's so cool. I hope she has a good dinner and doesn't choke on anything, because it is a real possibility. Anyways, yeah, that I knew she was leading up to something, because she normally doesn't lead up. She doesn't start like her exit with a transition. She literally gave me a transition point to her joke. And I'm ashamed that I didn't stop her, because I knew it was going to happen and I just let it happen anyway. Anyways. Shout out to Jay. Jay my goat. You taite. Singer, songwriter, well, not songwriter. I don't know if you write songs. I could be lying. I'm lying out of my ass. Performer, awesome person. Please follow them if you want, even though they don't stream that often anymore. That might change though, because they're out of their program now. Because I'm a Utaite now. You just didn't know that it was called that, okay? I YouTube though. Jay does YouTube, that's true. Hi, Nulla Side. Fuck. Inside. Sorry, I keep forgetting. Greetings, low resolution Sev. Hello. You check all the boxes. See, Finn knows. You do check all the boxes for the Utaite, like, thing. Stop lying to me. What am I lying to you about? But, excuse me. I just thought it was really funny. Oh, I can get these now. Nice. So, like, just thinking about it, I thought it was always really funny. Like, I always think it's so fun bringing up other people onto stream, because they talk about like such odd, like, different things, or they can lead the vibe very differently from what I do. And I do want to do like more open like phone calls, Like right now, it's still an open phone call. I don't know if any of my streamer oomphs right now that are watching want to join, but that's totally okay. I don't give a gaff. But I do want to do it more often, just because it's entertaining to see what it's like in a different space. Because normally when I do collabs, it's very goal oriented with the games that we play. Like for example, the PowerPoint night we didn't have a lot of room to do free talking like we did just now, and I do want to do that more often. But I think now that I've become like fun employed, for lack of a better term, fun employed, it's becoming a lot easier. But also at the same time, it's a problem of their schedules now because I'm the one who's like not doing shit. So we have to see how it is. Welcome to the club. I see you. Have you ever been employed? Have you ever been employed? Like ever in your life been employed? It's not like a derogatory question. I genuinely don't know if you've ever been employed though. I genuinely don't know your work history like that. Like, if I looked at your resume, would it just show me your education and extracurriculars, or would you show me your job? I was this summer? Why is it in past tense? That's what worries me, because you're saying was. And not I am. I was going to. Oh, see? There it is. See? There's no job history here. You've just been unemployed your whole life. It's different. I feel like it's different going from employed to unemployed because you realize you could be spending all this time. Like now that you have free time, it's nice having the free time initially, but then you start getting into the part of the unemployed era that you start being like, fuck, I really wish I had a job to get more money. And I'm at that stage right now where it's like, I could be spending all this time like this free like of course I'm preparing for debut, so it's very different, but once I'm done with the debut preparations, I don't have anything to do except for like promoting myself on stream, and even then that's not guaranteed money, and then promoting myself under commissions. And I feel like a lot of people haven't been like requesting commissions because of the current economy. We're going into recession. And I did want to bring that up. Like, we're going into a recession and it's very real. And I understand, like, the whole sentiment of, like, oh, I want to support my streamer and stuff. But also at the same time, like, if you're having problems with money right now, you shouldn't be sending someone else money. Even as much as like, pure the intentions are of sending money to someone, I don't think you should be sending it. Even if you have, like, the intent of helping with their livelihood. And I think that's why I've become, like, pretty... What's the word I'm looking for? I think that's why I've been pretty adamant on, like, advocating for Twitch Turbo instead of, like, gifting subs to me. Because Twitch Turbo overall benefits you, especially because I use Twitch Turbo myself, because I don't pay for subscriptions as often. I think I only pay for like 2 subscriptions right now, besides the Twitch Turbo one. And it's just like, I want you guys to do something that's more cost effective for you than something that benefits me and then doesn't benefit you as much as it would have with the other thing. But like, I get it. Emotes are fucking awesome. Especially the emotes that I'm gonna show up with on debut. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But the unemployment era is so debilitating sometimes. Like, I woke up yesterday on my break, on like my rest day, because I've been going out and then I've been doing work and then going out and then doing work. But yesterday and Friday were the only days that I've ever like got to relax and like not do anything like related to streaming or related to like me trying to find a job in the economy. So like I haven't been sending any resumes. I didn't work on anything for debut. I only worked on stuff that was for my personal like project. Like for example, I was practicing a new skill for myself. I was cooking food for my sister and I was like building Legos and shit. I was doing like regular stuff. But then once you get past that break point, then I start being like, damn, I could be getting money right now. You know what I mean? Money is so nice just to have. And I was looking at my bank account recently and I was like, damn, I need to stop going out. I need to stop going out while I'm unemployed, bro. I need to stop going out. But I also, the other day, I bought a booster box and it's supposed to come in Saturday, June 14. And I plan to open it on stream with a hand cam. So that's totally like me contradicting myself in the fact that I need to stop going out and spending money. But I just really wanted to buy a booster box, especially the one that I got. I think it's worth it. Because originally I was gonna save it for like if I land the jobs that I applied for, I would buy the booster box with the paycheck that I got. But I've applied to like 30 plus positions in the past month or so, and not a single one have asked me for an interview. Not a single one. And my qualifications are pretty up there, given the fact that I have a bachelor's and then I have live streaming experience and retention. But I think that's just the economy now. Like I've even applied to like just regular like part-time jobs like cafes and grocery stores. I've applied to those too, just like as a backup, and I still didn't get anything back. So I was just like, wow, cool. And it's because of the current economy right now and like the whole political climate that I understand why I'm not getting callbacks or like any follow-ups with anything. It's still like worrying though, you know what I mean? Like I can't live for this long in California without a job. Like California's expensive as balls. You know what I mean? Like I can't exactly like live out like content without like a stable job at the time. Like if I lived in like, I don't know, like Texas maybe, it'd probably be easier because the cost of living is way less expensive than living in California, especially in the Bay Area. Sorry, we just went from like super cracked out to a serious topic. Like if I lived in Texas, for example, it'd probably be easier to manage, especially because like the cost of living there isn't that expensive. But my sister and I are paying bills still. Like of course I have savings and stuff, but like it's like it's going. Like I've been laid off. I got laid off in February, and those bills are adding up, man. It's been 4 months since I've been laid off, and the thing is, the way they laid me off, they didn't give me 2 weeks to figure out to line up another job. And I was in the middle of my program, so I didn't have time to apply during that. So it was hard. I felt like I got a little screwed over with that timing, but I don't give them like any hard feelings. Like I worked for a small business. Like I understand with the rate that everything is going right now, it's going to be harder to run their business with more people. But it was just like really unfortunate given the circumstances. Like I think if things ended up a little bit differently, where I had those 2 weeks to figure it out, I think I would have been fine. And I'm not mad at her. I don't have any bait. I'm not mad at her, like my boss, for not telling. Well, I kind of am. That's a lie. I'm definitely like, I don't have any hard feelings anymore. Now that I've like sat back and understood what happened to me, or like what the whole situation was with her company. But it's really not like I just wish I had more time to find a job afterward, because after I got laid off like 3 days before my last day. Or like I got notified that I was getting laid off 3 days before my last day. So I had like, if I had those 2 weeks notice, I think I would have budgeted my money a little bit more wisely, because I was under the impression that I was working for the rest of the year or the rest of the semester with them. So I had it planned out that way instead of those 2 weeks. Which in hindsight, like, is kind of a bad idea. But I did have that budgeting in plan. I just didn't expect the variables that would happen. Anyways, I don't give a guff. I'm just hoping I land a job soon. It will impact like stream and stuff, but I do want to see if I can land just the regular jobs. If I don't, I've given up on internships right now because the internships are being replaced with AI, and I'm not really like too hopeful. It's not looking too great with the kinds of jobs that I work right now. Like especially with my degree, it's not really looking too hot. But we'll see. Either that or we cross fingers and I blow up as a streamer on debut or something. And then that'll be my source of income for a temporary source of income for now. But other than that, I don't really give a gaff. It is what it is. It is what it is. We go big for real, for real. Texas is really cheap. I think California and New York would be the most expensive places. So with California in particular, you have to specify a little bit, because there's 2 hotspots in California that get really expensive. So in California, it's the Bay Area where I live, and like SoCal, LA area that are really, 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 really expensive. But if you go to like way more North California, like I want to say Redding, like past Lake Tahoe and like near the Redding area, like Eureka, California, those kinds of cities that you don't really hear about, it's a lot cheaper over there. Well, not a lot, but like compared to back home, it's definitely cheaper. And I notice it whenever I commute to school, because my school that I go to is in the heart of the Bay Area, but I live like near the top of the Bay Area, like the North Bay. I'm low-key doxing myself, but this is important. So like the North Bay, the farther you are from the epicenter of the Bay Area, the cheaper the gas prices get. And I've noticed that ever since I've started attending this school. Because before, I didn't attend a school in the Bay Area for my degree. So that now that I'm commuting to school, looking at those gas prices down near my campus, or like in the general town area of my campus, and then going back home, I'm like, damn, why the fuck is it 80 more cents for regular ass gas down there compared to back home? So whenever I'm commuting, I always fill up at home instead of filling up at near campus before I leave. It's so bad. Hi Dork, welcome in. Looking different today? Just a little bit. I felt like I needed to match the vibe of the game. But yeah, I was just like looking at the gas prices, and I've realized how expensive it gets, especially when it comes to food. Because the friends that I've made in my cohorts down in the Bay Area, like in the heart of the Bay Area, they order boba almost every time they go out. And the boba down there is like $10 for a 16-ounce or less cup of boba. And I think that's so crazy. Like $10 for 16 ounces, and then back home it's like $5 for the same amount. I'm like, yo, like you guys are getting scammed. And it's funny because the boba place that I go to back home, they say that it's not a good brand, but it's my favorite brand out of all the boba that I've had in my life. And they've introduced me to at least 4 boba shops now that I've been down there and like hanging out more. And I still think the boba shop near my house, that is a 5-minute drive from my house, is still better than the ones that are down in the Bay Area, like in the heart of the Bay Area. So I'm near-ish to Sac, and it's still so bad. Well, I mean, if you're near the major cities of California, I still think it's pretty bad. But once you start getting into the Redding and Eureka areas, then it starts getting a little bit cheaper. You know what I mean? Capitalism. Oh man. We go big, dream big, hell yeah. I mean, that's the dream. Of course, like with debut, that's the dream. Like, oh, I'm gonna like blow up and everyone's gonna see me. I'm gonna get like a gajillion viewers in my stream, blah blah blah. But I will say, I was scrolling Twitter the other day and and I saw that there were 3 other people that were debuting on the same day that I was. And I chose I chose June 13th because it lined up for my affiliate anniversary and it was a superstition day and it was a Friday. Because normally people who debut are like on the weekends. I did research on this and then I saw 3 other people on the exact same day as me, but an hour after me. And I was like, fuck! I was like, oh shit! It's so cooked, right? And then I got over it like 2 minutes later. Now all 4 of you guys are gonna get popular, surely. But the thing is though, there's the 2 out of the 3 have a bigger following than I do by like a good multiplier. Like I want to say 3 times or 4 times bigger following than I do, and they're debuting for the first time or they're having like a re-debut, I guess. And I was like, shit. I really sat there and I was like, fuck, there's no fucking way. But I also think I'm gonna use them as like a point of reference in time and be like, I'm gonna compare these people. Oh, by the way, we're getting ads. I'm gonna compare the growth of these people compared to mine, and just to see like where I'm standing, not out of like insecurity, but it'd just be cool to see like what they do differently, so that I can learn from it. You know what I mean? But I do have a lot of stuff planned for debut that I'm kind of like, what the fuck? What does it say? I'm canceling Veritas because last year she beat me with a piece of rebar repeatedly at 3 a.m. in an abandoned Reddit, and I spent night weeks in a coma. Uh-huh.
Want a break from the ads? Want a break from the ads?
Who are you? Genuinely don't know who you are. Anyways, I'll just let you have that. Yes, my name is Veritas. Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. Anyways, so I was just thinking about it. I was like, it'd be like a cool thing to talk about eventually. And like compare and contrast between those 3 other people, because there's only one person that has like a smaller following than I do, but I do want to see what kind of stuff that they do for their debut, because I feel like with my debut I added a bunch of ideas, but I don't know if it's going to make sense when I actually do it, because I've been testing it to see what kind of like what kind of ideas that I wanted to do. Obviously, I don't have all the ideas that I could do for my debut, just because of like the lack of resources and money, of course, you know what I mean? But no, I have never touched rebar in my life. My hands are soft. Anyways, because the limitations that I have are just like monetary and resources. Because I feel like I've gotten a good majority of the stuff that I did want, though. She go by Big Tree in these streets. First of all, my hands are too soft to be holding a rebar like that. I don't have any calluses on my hand except for when I'm drawing. I don't have, the only callus that I have is on my finger, on my thumb, like where I hold the pen, and then where it sits. Anyways, so like, oh god, I'm coughing now. So, the stuff that I have for debut, they're all like different concepts that I came up with as well as things I've learned from other streamers that I follow. Like, for example, I'm just gonna say it straight up. Like, Shindigs, he's like one of my biggest inspirations in terms of creativity with streaming. I wish I had the same amount of creativity that he did. But I did learn some things from him that I will be using in stream. And I'm very excited to show it to you guys. And also learn alongside you guys, because doing it by myself where I can't show other people what happens is a lot harder to learn from. Because sure, I can learn from it being tested like once or twice, or like from an automation that I have, but I can't learn how people react to it. And I feel like the reception of what I'm testing is way more important than what I feel from just watching it myself. Earlier, Jay was here. Jay has seen me like fight for my life, adding one of the things that I added for stream. So I hope you guys really like that one in particular, because I thought it was so cool when it started working. I spent a good 4 hours just trying to figure out why it wasn't working. Because like the setup was easy. It just was the actual like debugging, and getting the excuse me, just getting the debugging right and testing it to make sure that it works with the redeem. Yeah, the fine tuning. Thank you. And I can't test it properly until I hit start stream on Friday. So I don't know if it's perfect or not. But I am going to have to turn off a specific redeem that you guys see every day for the first 5 minutes, and then see when you guys use it. Because it is cool, and it is programmed. And I'm pretty sure it's gonna work. It's just the fine tuning, because I need to adjust the milliseconds that it plays. Because it is dependent on the amount of time, like milliseconds that it runs. So I'm really excited to work on that, and then work on some cooler stuff with you guys. Like, I think one of the ideas that I had was literally like making a scene. If I'm playing, like for example, if I'm playing a Super Mario game and we're at the underwater world levels, I wanted to add, thank you for the drink up. I wanted to add something that made it look like I was underwater as well, and that's a specific OBS plugin that I haven't figured out just yet. And I also wanted to test different audio filters that I had before. You guys might remember, like when I was playing Velvet Bite with the lesbian vampires, I did like a kind of voice filter where it made it sound like I was on like a phone call or a tinny radio. I just turned it on right now. So it makes me sound like I'm doing something else, and it kind of brings my volume up really high, so I have to be careful with the types of stuff it does. But I want to work more on effects like this, besides just like the regular reverb that I can just activate on my microphone, you know what I mean? So that's going to be a fun stream, I think, just figuring out OBS and like sharing my tips and like things that I've learned with other people. Sorry, I'm finally drinking that water. So that's stuff I'm looking forward to do. I do have a schedule for that entire week already. Or, well, the rest of the week, I should say. Because I'm only going to be streaming on Friday, for sure. And then we have movie night on the 14th, which is us watching Free Ren. And then I'll have a Sunday stream where it's just, like, talking and, like, catching up. And, like, talking about the process of, like, building everything for debut, that kind of stuff. But I don't know about what I'm going to do for the next week just yet, because I still want to do the Tuesday morning and possibly Friday morning streams, if not Friday nights. I just read your message, I see. I'll give that to you in a second. Let me finish my sentence. So I haven't figured out exactly what I want to do just yet in terms of like Friday streams, but I know for Tuesdays I do want to keep it in the mornings, just because I really like the Tuesday vibe. But also like Fridays, like sometimes I'm doing stuff on Fridays. So I don't want to like have a really sporadic schedule for Fridays. But if anything, you should just expect to stream at either 10:30 a.m. or 7 p.m. PST. That's basically it. Like if I'm ever streaming, it's only going to be at those times unless I do some random gorilla stream when I come home from like a concert or something. You know what I mean? Anyways. Can I get a testicular torsion? So I want, whenever I say the testicular torsion thing, I do want to add a toggle for that. Or like some kind of visual effect for that. Just because I think it's a really good bit. So like, it'd be funny if I had my model like echo and reverberate whenever that happens. You know what I mean? So that's something I want to work on live, just so I can show you guys what the process was behind the scenes, setting up everything for stream. And there's a bunch of stuff that I've added as well, that you can't really see. Hand motions here. I wish I had hand tracking so that you could see how like I'm explaining stuff. But also at the same time, if I'm gonna get hand tracking, I would prefer to get a 3D model for that. I would prefer to get a 3D model for that. And I don't think I'll get a 3D. I can't justify getting a 3D model just yet, just because it's like it's such an unnecessary thing for me right now. I don't know why I just like sell everything individually when I totally could just like do it the normal way, but it is what it is. But yeah, I'm really excited. I've been sitting on the model since like October, November, I think. And then all the debut stuff I've been sitting on since February and slowly adding in and like fine tuning it up to this Friday. Oh Jesus, where is that guy going? So it's been a long process of just preparation, and I know for a fact that I'm not going to do this ever again. So my debut is definitely going to be the only time I do something this high quality production, unless it's like a recurring thing. So probably like PowerPoint night. But even PowerPoint night wasn't even that like high production. It was literally just me changing the scenes and adding a bell. You know what I mean? And I do want to do more high production stuff, but it's not like it's not a high priority. This is the only time I'll do something that takes up 8 hours a day. Like it was a 40-hour work week basically of me working on this debut stuff. So please be there. Please be there. PowerPoint night was high effort. It was cool. I'm glad you guys think so, because it took me a while to figure out what I wanted to do with the layout of PowerPoint overall, and like what I could do to streamline it. Because it was the first time of like ever doing it, I have a lot of things to learn from. Like for example, the attention please thing. I need to have everyone listening to my Mix It Up stream whenever it plays, so that they can hear when you guys use the redeem. And then it's not like me repeating the dinging and then reading it out for you, because then the text-to-speech works for them. Same thing with like how to stream it. Because the way that we did it for the last PowerPoint, or the very first PowerPoint night, was that they would just share their screen with me, which is perfect and totally fine. But with like Mintz, for example, he did his like he did his live, so he had to do the OBS virtual camera and then make it a part of his stream scenes, instead of like using a PowerPoint slide and then you just see his mouse cursor show up every so often. You know what I mean? So I have to find a way to get a workaround for that, in order for their audio to start working. Because if Mint had a video on his PowerPoint, we wouldn't have been able to hear it, because it was being treated as a virtual camera instead of a shared screen or like a slide. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of like logistics to work through. But Mintz was really creative given the time, given the stuff that he did. Such a funny presentation. Like the stuff that he did, it wouldn't have been possible if he did a regular share screen. But that also means the stuff that I did on my slides in particular, because I had integrated videos in there and animations, he wouldn't have been able to do that with the virtual OBS camera. So I have to find a way to balance the two. Or I just tell people like straight up like, hey, if you have any audio, you need to share your screen. You can't do any like puppeting unless you like figure out a workaround with me. And then that like spoils the whole PowerPoint for me. And I want the PowerPoint to be like a first impression for everyone. I don't look at any of their PowerPoints except for what it's about. So I'll have to figure that out eventually. I love when Mint restarted their PowerPoint like 50 million times. It had me dying. Dude, his PowerPoint, oh my god. I knew that his PowerPoint was going to be funny just based off of the topic he gave me. Like literally all he gave me for his prompt was voice packs. And I was like, oh god, this is going to be so good. Because Mint has a very twisted sense of humor in like the best way possible. It's like, it's not exactly dark humor, but it's definitely like leaning into the whole like mental illness jokes, you know what I mean? And I think that's why it was so successful to have Mint at the end, because I feel like if Mint was at the very beginning, it wouldn't have been as good, because it was like it was like the slow build up of him waiting there and waiting and waiting and waiting, that he started adding more stuff to his slides. Like he had technically finished his slides a couple days before the PowerPoint night was supposed to happen. But then the like leading up to it and the setup for PowerPoint night, when I was setting up the scenes and finalizing everything, he kept adding more stuff. He was like, I need to get more creative about this. So he added more stuff until his turn. So everything you saw there was added basically last second in that PowerPoint. And I think that made it so much better. I mean, like technically everyone's PowerPoint was last second, but Mint was like actively going while everyone was presenting, and I think that's what made it so successful. And the next time Mint is in a PowerPoint night, it's probably going to be the same thing where he ends with everything. Unhinged humor, waiting only to have to start over and over again. Hey man, he got the effect he wanted. We were talking about it like after stream. And we were talking about like how the PowerPoint night went, like just like general feedback and like how everyone felt about it, besides like the time and how long it took. We were all like, it was like I think it was better for Mint to have gone last. Everyone agreed, I think, that it was better to have gone last for him, just because of the things that he had planned. And I agree. Will the next one have him going last? Most likely, but it depends on who else is going to be in that PowerPoint night. You know what I mean? And what topic? Because hyperfixations are really easy for people to present on. I could tell, like, for example, Bubba is the type of person, with a high kave in general, Bubba was the type of person to just kind of go on and on about, like, her personal view of it, and that was great. Like, that's exactly what I need. But also at the same time, like, with Strawbees, she also had, like, an introduction. Well, actually, no. This is a really bad comparison. So, Bubba and Strawbee, right? They both introduced characters and the appeals of these characters to each other. But Bubba went in the direction of, this is why I love them, and that's really it. And then Strawbee goes into, this is why I love them and why you should too. So the progression was different. So I think moving forward, I do want them to elaborate a little bit more about what their topic is, and then that's really it. Because I don't really want to look at their slides otherwise. I want it to be like a first reaction, a blind reaction for everyone. Oh shit, oh my god. A blind reaction for everyone. Hi Sean, welcome back. You missed like the craziest tangent of teachers. Don't tell him anything. Whatever happened in the past stays with us, okay guys? So I do want to do a PowerPoint night soon, but PowerPoints take a really long time to make. So it's definitely not going to happen this month, but most likely next month. Most likely, my goal is next month to invite more people. But if I do invite more people, I'm probably going to do it at the 7 o'clock slot still on Sunday, just because I feel like Sunday is the best day for everyone to do it at 7. Maybe earlier in the day, depending on what time zone everyone is. But it has to be on a Sunday. That's just a fact. If it's on a Friday, it's not as great, because then it's like people are coming home from work and they're like tired. So it has to be on a Sunday. So keep your Sundays clear, guys. Keep your Sundays clear. I have to think about different topics though, because I don't want to do another hyperfixation edition exactly, because I feel like it needs to be a different series each type, but it also needs to be something that is related to a person's hyperfixation, because the best way people talk is when they talk about something that they're interested in. So like one of the ideas I had, let me just open it. One of the ideas that I had for PowerPoint night was arguing what the worst superpower is to have. So like it's your personal preference of like why you think this superpower sucks ass, you know what I mean? But that's not exactly like something that people are relatively interested in. They don't really think about that. So then my next idea was like making a presentation about something you're really interested in. So it's technically another hyperfixation presentation, but the twist is someone else has to present it for them. And they have no clue what is on that slide until they start presenting it. So I think that was I think that one is the one that we'll be doing next. Just because I think that would be really entertaining. But I also have to make sure that everyone is comfortable with a specific guideline. Like there needs to be specific boundaries that need to be met and respected. So it has to go through some kind of like moderation in terms of what's in there. But I feel like as long as the people in that specific batch of PowerPoints are relatively comfortable with each other, like they've had time to talk to each other and stuff, I think it'll be fine to do that blind presentation thing. But it would just be really funny if, like, let's say for example someone was really into quantum physics. Don't ask me why I say quantum physics in particular, but it would be funny if someone made a presentation about it and then the person who got their slides was like completely out of base with like technology. Like they're the most technologically challenged person you've ever met in your life, and then they're trying to make a presentation about quantum physics sound interesting. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's a good idea. I just have to figure out how to moderate it, how to randomize it, because I want to make it so that there's no people who like switch perfectly into who gets whose presentation. I also want to make it a blind presentation, so you don't know who got it or what you're getting until the day of that presentation and like when you're about to go. So I'm probably gonna have to set up some kind of like randomizer, like some random Secret Santa randomizer, or like spin a wheel and like throw darts at the wall, you know what I mean? Permanent invisibility is a pretty horrible superpower. Hey man, there's someone in My Hero Academia who has that superpower. Would that include the clothes or no? Would your clothes turn invisible too? Didn't one of the Wonder Twins turn into forms of water? That might be the lamest. Wonder Twins? Googling. That sounds familiar, but I don't know exactly what you're talking about. Oh shit. Oh god, fish. Oh god, fish. Wonder Twins? Are those DC? I don't really know DC like that. But then again, I don't really know superheroes in general. I'm assuming that's DC though. I've never heard of the Wonder Twins. The closest thing to twins that I can think of is from Marvel, and it's Scarlet Witch and what's his face? Quicksilver? The guy that died in the movie. It's the only one I can think of. But I do want to start planning for PowerPoint night soon. I have a lot of plans, as you can see. Are they scheduled properly? Probably not, but it is what it is. I think a decent idea would be arguing either for or against why people should love or hate an animal. Oh, so like, would it be like, no, the thing is though, for that kind of topic, I would need an even amount of people. And also, it could be done in two different ways. One is they end up doing it in a way that like, it's a team slide presentation, or it's like a debate. You know what though? I do want to do a debate style like stream, like a nonsense debate. Nothing is prepared and people just say stuff out of their ass. You know what I mean? I want to do something like that for sure. And that is a plan that I have in the works right now. I haven't figured out how to set it up just yet. But the way that presentation would work is very similar to the random debate like theme that I have. However, the other way that you could do it would be I have different pairs for different animals. So let's say, for example, I have 6 people all together, and then we're arguing for 3 different animals, right? So one pair does one animal, another pair does a different one, and so on and so forth, right? So one person is arguing to love it, or the other one is arguing to hate it. And then people vote for which one convinces them more to like that specific animal. And I think that would be a good idea also. But the debate one sounds funnier. The nonsense debate one sounds so much funnier to me. So I think the nonsense one is going to be the one I prioritize more. Let me just write down that second idea though. Love or hate. Choose one side. And it has to be like completely like they can't have any bias towards these kind of topics, or they can't know about it and choose a side beforehand, because then it's gonna influence it. You know what I mean? So I do want to do the debate one, because it like one of the topics I had it as an idea for everyone to start yelling at each other was would you rather have 3 eyes or 3 hands? And and I've talked about this in person with my friends, like as a theoretical question, like would you rather have 3 eyes or 3 hands? And of course, the gamers were all like, I want 3 hands because I have one on my keyboard, one on my mouse, and the third one is gonna give me food. And I was like, okay, what the fuck? I have never thought about that before. So I think it's really funny. It's a really good idea. And then the people who are like 3 eyes is better, because if you're at a concert, you could put an eye on your hand, and then you could just raise your hand and then have better vision of the concert. And then the 3 hands argument person was like, but then your arm would get tired. And then the eyes person was like, I would just switch hands. So I think there's a lot of ground to be covered. And I think it would be really funny. Eye on hand guaranteed pink eye. Ew, that's gross. Why would you think that? Moving on. Not gonna lie, I was expecting the gamers to say 3 eyes because that gives you better reaction speed and visual acuity. But the thing is though, if you have 3 eyes, you also have the chance of like information overload, because you're processing more things at the exact same time. Because I never specified if the eyesight was good or bad, or if it changes anything in particular. It's just a third eye, you know what I mean? And I never said the hand was like anything more than the hand. Like imagine your third hand is just like the wrist bone upward. It's like it doesn't include the wrist, it doesn't include the rest of the arm. It's just your hand that you stick somewhere, right? And then you just sit there. 3 hands has so many uses though. See, but the thing is though, that's why I think it's funny, because you'll have one side that's clearly way better, but then that breeds room Oh no, these are the wrong words. That leaves room for improvement and way more unhinged situations for the other team to start bringing up. Like the three eyes one, you could be like, I could make more meaningful eye contact with my three eyes instead of my two. Like, you know what I mean? It becomes more insane the more desperate the situation is. And I think that's why I want to do that. Because I want people to start arguing. And I think it would be really funny. I think it would be so funny. I'm just an instigator. I am born and raised instigator, okay? I explode with three eyes. Who are you? Are you the dude from Avatar? Boom something boom sparky boom boom, that guy? But I just think it'd be really funny to like sit there and participate in, cuz like obviously it's going to be in a relatively debate format, so it means that we'll have like timers going off, like this side has 10 minutes to start the debate, because I was in speech and debate for a class, and I also took it as like a club because I thought it was fun. So the initial start turn would be like 10 minutes, and then the other side would get 5 minutes of rebuttal of like and like follow-up questions about things that have been brought up, and then the next turn is like 10 minutes of the other side, and then the original team gets to have their rebuttals as well, and then have their cross-examination and all that kind of stuff. See, you guys, I'm so excited about stuff like this because I really want to do stuff that hasn't been like explored in a group setting, and it would be really funny to me, only to me. For everyone else, not so much. It'd just be really funny as like either a mediator or a participant in this situation. Like, if I was a mediator and I start hearing someone from the other team start like speaking up out of turn, I could just mute them and be like, sorry, continue, it must have been the wind, that kind of thing. Or I could be like, or like if someone asked me a question like, hey, is this allowed to talk about this? And then be like, what are they talking about? And then be like, well, it's this. And I was like, you know, that sounds funny, I'll allow it. And then like the gavel is down, like you can't do anything, I'm the mediator. But also at the same time, it would be really funny to be part of the teams, to start arguing shit out of my ass. You know what I mean? I think that would be good. Call me Doctor Strange the way I take a third eye over a third hand. I just think like there's a lot of opportunities to make this more fun. And I haven't really like thought about it too much, but I feel like it's easier to explain it over like a Zoom, I say Zoom meeting, over a Discord call instead of like on a document, because when you read a document, it's not the same. You can be both part of both sides as a mediator, more trauma. True, that's true. I could just start saying shit to aggravate the fuck out of everyone, and it's great. It's great. So I'll be doing that for sure, guys. It just takes a lot of time because we gotta make sure everyone's schedules line up, and they have to be comfortable with each other. So it's probably gonna take like a few sessions of like regular collabs, and then eventually the debate night, because everyone's comfortable with each other and like figured out what the vibe is. Because like all the creators that I'm friends with aren't friends with each other besides a specific group of people. You know what I mean? So I have to find a way to get everyone together in some way, shape, or form that isn't like them watching my debut at the same time. You know what I mean? It has to be a situation that is more casual and encourages interactions between each other, besides like, I don't know, like for example, Goose Goose Duck. Because Goose Goose Duck, you have like people being apprehensive because it's a like a traitor game. Like I can't encourage friendly like relations in a game where everyone kills each other. It's just not possible. I don't know what to tell you. A lot of prep work for something for that. It's not even prep work. It's just making sure people know each other and like have talked to each other before. And that's hard when you're not part of like an indie company or like a corporation team or like a team of VTubers, you know what I mean? Like I think it's really easy for people who are already in a group that know each other to start doing that kind of stuff. But I do want to like bring my circles together in some kind of way, just so that they're not associated with, but they're acquainted. They don't need to be associated with each other at all. Like they don't need to collab outside of that. I just want to be able to see these people like say hi to each other and be like, "Whoa, it's so and so. Like that's so cool. Hi everyone. This streamer does this. I met them the other day. Blah blah blah." Like I want them to be able to do that outside of it. It's also like building a community for my friend circle, or my different friend circles, I should say. Just to make it easier for like future stuff, especially when I'm recruiting for like PowerPoint night or debate night or like logic games or like just like casual open totsus, because people aren't gonna join a zatsu totsumachi if they don't know who the people are, you know what I mean? Like there's just gonna be like, oh, it's an awkward space, like I can't go there because people already know each other. I'm gonna be the odd one out, you know what I mean? So that's something. It's a lot of, I mean, it's part of prep work, kind of. I don't necessarily think of it as prep work because it's not like me actively creating something, I guess. I don't know how to explain that. It's kind of hard to it's hard to give friendship a material. It's hard to materialize friendship, because if you use the word materialize, then you're looking at it at a very like surface level way, and I think that makes it harder to encourage friendship between other people. But I think the better people know each other, the easier the flow will be. Like if you're watching what's a really popular corpo group that I can think of that collabs all the time? Like if you watch like Nijisanji Ian Crisis with Vanta, Wilson, and Zally, they're really good friends with each other. Like you can tell, like it's not even just because they debuted in the same generation. Like they have really good chemistry with each other, and their other other Nijisanji En people cultivate friendship. Shut up! I know I use a really weird word for this, even though I'm trying to justify it. So like they have a really good friendship, and the only reason why they can be so funny and relaxed whenever they're streaming together is because they're friends. And I do want to like get everyone comfortable enough that they can let loose and make the jokes that they want to make, instead of like being held up and like overthink their next action talking to other people. Because of course, like there are people who are introverted. I'm not introverted. I think I've made that very clear. But there are people who are introverted who might have a harder time doing that. So I think over time, it'd be nice to like have these like smaller collabs to slowly lead up to the big ones. You know what I mean? I just have to figure out how I'm gonna do this, but that's a problem for future me, and future me is gonna hate past me for saying that. But it is what it is. We ball. Trying to think what my other ideas were. Seb, are you even allowed to use the word introvert? According to my MBTI 16 personalities Myers-Briggs test, I have, I think it was like 11% introvert in me. So technically, yes. But I mean, Jay, calling out Jay right now. Jay is a 96% introvert, and she seemed fine now that she's relaxed with me. So like, I think it's possible. I do think it's possible. And Jay is like the only person that I've seen with higher than 90, except for Lola. And Lola's like, Lola, holy shit. I've never seen someone else besides. I've seen someone, Jay told me about their result after we got really close. But Lola, I can slowly see like the shell of introversion like go away. And I think that's so interesting. Because I do understand where the introversion is. Like, I understand what the rate is. But when I first talked to Jay, I had no clue that she was that introverted. Like, at all. Because of how the way that we met was in someone else's stream. And then we got close because we made jokes with each other. So I had no freaking clue that she was introverted. I thought she was extroverted because we ended up messaging each other, like, outside of that stream and like that server in particular relatively quickly in terms of our friendship. But I think that's because we had similar interests in song covers. And I think finding a common ground with the different people in my friend group will be a little bit more difficult because there are a few that do like song covers, there are a few that are like really sweaty gamers, there are some who just do chatting, there's some who do music more, and it's gonna be a little bit hard to find a balance. But the only thing that I know is common between everyone somehow is Marvel Rivals and Minecraft. I don't know how I found all of those things in common with all of these people, but it's always Marvel Rivals and Minecraft. Except for maybe one person. And even then, I'm pretty sure that you would pick up Minecraft. Anyways, but Seth has the same kind of introvert percentage as my mom's where she has Cherokee blood. It's non-existent. That's crazy. Why did you out your mom like that? Why did your mom catch a stray there? Why would you say that? I mean, intro extroversion is about how you recharge or spend your social battery, not necessarily how you interact with others. But also at the same time, though, when it comes to introversion, you're more apprehensive to starting a conversation with other people. It's not just that you're shy. Like, shy is a factor. And I do admit I am a bit shy sometimes, depending on, like, what the situation is. But like, you don't actively see people reaching out to other people. Or you don't actively see introverts reaching out to other people. And I've noticed that lately because I've noticed all the introverts will post like a recruitment for collabs and wait for people to come to them instead of reaching out themselves to talk to them. And I think that's the biggest difference between an introvert and an extrovert, because I feel like introverts are more susceptible to overthinking an interaction than an extrovert is, because like it's just a fact of life, you know what I mean? Hi Infinity, welcome in. She knows why. Gonna go lurk and hungry. It's been a 12-hour work day. Have a good food. Yeah, whatever Gabriel said. Enjoy your food. Thank you so much for the lurk. But like, it's just something I noticed. I was like, guys, you can ask other people to join collabs instead of having like some random person on twitter.com being like, hi, I would love to collab with you. And you've never even followed each other until that Twitter post, or you've never even seen each other's streams. Because I think for me, I like to vet the people that I collab with, and I think that's why I've only invited people that I'm friends with or like relatively like acquainted with enough that I know their vibe to collab. And the same thing with like if someone ever invited me into a collab, I would only do it if I like watched a couple of their streams and understood like the kind of flow that they have, because like it's very easy to not match up with someone's vibe. Like very, very easily. Like no matter how much effort you can put on, you can kind of just tell that there's a bit of a disconnect. I guess that's the easiest way to put it. Like for example, oh, what's a good example? Oh my god. Like I'm not gonna invite someone to have like a just chatting stream with me if I've never even talked to them before, or like if I've never even figured out what they like in life. Because what am I gonna talk about? I'm just be like, oh, do you like this? Do you like food? Do you like? I'm just gonna like pull up a weather deck and like pick a card off the top of it and start talking about that. Like, there's no way for me to find out how comfortable I can be with that person, and then the vibes are just gonna be off the entire time. Cause like, don't tell Strawby, but literally during the Friday sim stream, it was supposed to be like an open call. Well, I say very loosely open call for that stream, because it was supposed to be me and Strawby in that stream for the most part. But then her mutual Alu came into the voice call, and I was like, if any of you were watching that stream, I don't know if you could tell, but I was like wildly uncomfortable like when he was talking. Especially because the stream was literally, oh shit, I need to lock in. The stream was literally like about me and like things related to me. And he kept like suggesting stuff that was like not my kind of taste or my kind of humor. And like trying to shift, like, I know he was doing it in a joking kind of way, but it still made me uncomfortable. Like, I knew his intention was to make it funny. I just was uncomfortable with the fact that he kept trying to like shift the decisions over in his kind of favor. I know he wasn't like intentionally doing it, but I was just like, okay. I'm just gonna like be a little bit quieter. And you guys know that I love talking. Like, I've been talking for the past 5 hours now. Well, not really. A good 30 minutes of stream was literally just like waiting room because of the Epic the Musical watch party. But I've been talking for upwards of 4 hours. And you guys know I love to talk. And I'm trying to work on that. But it's just like, when I start quieting down, something's wrong. Like, it's not because I'm tired, because even if I'm tired, I will still keep talking. It's just something's wrong when I start quieting down. Like, you know that, like, something's not right, like, in my head, that I start talking less. And, unfortunately, that was our first time ever meeting, so I don't really have, like, a positive impression of him right now. But later on in the stream, it got a little bit better. But even then, I didn't really leave there with like a good impression of them because of that initial interaction. And that's just how it is. I think that's always how it is. Especially because I don't really see them in terms of like their content and stuff. I didn't follow them because I don't know what their Twitch is. I genuinely don't know what their Twitch is. So there wasn't like a chance for me to improve that impression, or like a chance for them to improve the impression that I've made. But I don't know if it's gonna be like a one-off thing with us being in the same voice channel, or if it'll happen again in the future. But I'm just hoping like eventually like it'll get better. I don't know. I don't really actively like try to improve a relationship if I barely know the person. So like, I'm not gonna put myself out there for someone that I met like once in my life, you know? And Strawby apologized like after the stream. She's like, I'm so sorry, like I didn't know that was gonna happen. I hadn't figured out like 1 or 2 people might have joined the voice channel during that thing, blah, 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 and he was one of them. And I was like, it's okay, like you can't really control that. She felt bad, but I was like, it's really not your fault. It's valid if you don't vibe with someone, you don't have to force something. Yeah, exactly. I think that's why I'm so like, the whole thing about being a content creator and like how you need to network and stuff. I do agree to a certain extent that you do need to network, but you can't just network and then expect perfection in like your chemistry, because people are different. You can't really do anything like super crazy. Because imagine you collab with someone who has like a completely different like audience, like content that you have. Like, I remember before I even started streaming, I got invited to like a few collabs to play. Like, I played Phasmophobia with two like well-established streamers. And by well-established, I mean one of them had like, I want to say like 2,000 followers on Twitch at the time. I actually don't remember her name. But I just remember her like during the Phasmophobia collab, like she didn't end up like muting her microphone whenever she was talking to chat. So it sounded like she was talking to us, and then she'd be like, and then she would just start talking about stuff that was happening in her chat without like courtesy. I think that's also a pet peeve for me, when people don't like have the courtesy muting whenever they're in a collab, which I get, like it's a learned behavior to work through, but the way that she was doing it, she was more focused on her chat than experiencing the game with us. And it was hard to say something about it because I wasn't streaming at the time. Like it was like 2023, I want to say. So this was like a year, at least a year before I started streaming. And she was well established, and I can't exactly like call her out because I wasn't friends with her. I was only invited to that collab because of the other person that we had a mutual like acquaintanceship with. And I just remember feeling so uncomfortable whenever like they spoke to, they just like in general spoke, because I couldn't tell if they were talking to me or like their specific chat during that collab. And it was a collab, like there was 4 people all together, and you're just paying more attention to the chat than playing the game. Like, I get it. Her thing at the time was like 100%ing Phasmophobia, or like being one of the highest levels in Phasmophobia. I don't know if she still is, because I genuinely don't remember her name. But I just remember like I get it. You've played this game so much that you become very comfortable with it and stuff. But like, you still have other people you're playing with. You know what I mean? Like, you should still like interact. And it was just like one of those times that I was like, okay, I definitely don't want to do a collab with someone that I don't know very well, like, ever again. And then like another example, if someone like, I saw this tweet the other day that was like, I know a lot of like female VTubers tend to like pander to like sex sells kind of stuff. And it's true, like, if sex sells, that's their thing. But I'm not going to, like, shame them for it. That's their thing. They talk about that kind of stuff. Or, like, they appeal to the male gaze. That kind of stuff. I'm not gonna shame them for that. Like, whatever. Do whatever you need as long as you feel good about it. Like, yourself when you're doing it. Or, like, you feel great. Like, that's not a problem. What other people do with their content is not my problem. But when they start doing it in a shared space and, like, trying to overtake the vibe with what they normally do in a solo stream, I think that's where it starts getting like a little awkward, because I don't do that for you guys. Do I? I don't really appeal to like R18 stuff outside of like dark humor. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not talking about like dick chokes every other hour, you know? So I think when the content of 2 creators don't align, it's also very easy to clash and have bad chemistry. So then it makes it uncomfortable, and then you have to start forcing something. I think that's why I don't think I'll ever collab with someone who has like really dirty humor to the point that it's like borderline inappropriate stuff. Just because I don't really make jokes like that often. Because I know I make jokes like that, but I don't make it as like my main content. You know what I mean? And it's like I don't think I can follow their like because I've gotten pretty good at following other people's leads and like vibes and stuff to make them comfortable. Just because that's like something that you do to comfort an introvert. Like as an extroverted person, you learn to pick up on cues and like what makes someone more active in talking or like what makes them more receptive. I just don't think I would ever appeal to that part. And I don't think I want to. Like, I'm probably going to talk about it more on debut day. About, like, boundaries and stuff. But it's just, like, I think that's my big boundary. Like, I can't... If you make, like, straight up, like... I don't know. Like, you're straight up moaning in my ear on purpose. Like, I'm not going to work with you. Like, I don't really see how this benefits me or you in the situation where you need to be doing that. And I don't think I ever would have a situation where that would benefit me. You know what I mean? I was just in a collab the other day and I kind of felt bad for a few of them because it was a biggish group and some of them knew like one person there, so they felt out of place where most people already knew each other. That's what I'm saying. Like for PowerPoint night in particular, I think Tofi felt a little bit out of place there, but she blended really well. Mostly because Tofi doesn't really talk to Strawby, Bubba, and Mint as often. But she talks to like her and Brando have talked before like a couple times because like Brando's commissioned her and stuff. Like they've become like relatively good like friends. So Tofi had that a little bit, but it wasn't like a lot for her to feel like she was out of place, thankfully. I think especially the setting that it was in, where it was just one person talking at the entire time instead of everyone talking, it was really easy for her to just like to vibe. She's not very talkative in like a group setting already. So I think that was my biggest worry during PowerPoint night, because I don't think she like rarely talked like out of turn like during other people's presentations, but she did laugh and like had comments and stuff, that kind of thing. That was my biggest worry. I was mostly worried for Tofi during that stream because it's like, oh god, she's like the super introvert out of everyone here. Oh wow, I have a lot of fish. And I think that's just how, like, I do want to host big collabs, but I don't want to do it in a way where people don't know each other or like they only know me. Because I feel like that's just unfair to the people who are joining who don't know everyone else. I'm gonna keep this stick. I feel like that's so unfair, and especially as someone who works with high school kids, like I coach and mentor high school kids, like I know what it looks like to be left out very much for those kids, and it breaks my heart every time. So I can't imagine like letting that environment happen in like my own space. You know what I mean? But it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. The raid mid Toph presentation was crazy timing. I know. I felt so bad. I felt so bad for her because it was the perfect timing too, because it was literally her talking about Patrick Star not having performance anxiety, but she was like tweaking out over her presentation already before stream. You guys didn't see it, but like the messages that she was sending before stream, she was like, guys, I'm so nervous, like what am I gonna do? I'm gonna throw up, that kind of thing. So her anxiety was already pretty high, and then the big raid came in from Wisteria, and I was like, fuck, this is such bad timing. But it made for a really good clip. I can't believe I just said that. It did make for a really good clip. And she did great, like, after the presentation. Like, she didn't slow down. She wasn't, like, freaking out too bad after it happened, after the initial thing. But then the Discord crashing thing was like, oh, God. Why did Discord crash, like, right as she did that? Because then she felt bad about, like, Discord having a problem during her presentation. And I was like, dude, it's not even your fault. That's just Discord. She did so good though. I agree. Like she did really good, like considering like all her anxiety leading up to that day. And I'm very thankful that she went through with it, because I think her presentation was one of the more creative ones. Sorry guys. Her presentation was definitely like the most creative out of all of them, because she combined two interests instead of just one. And she presented it in a way that made it understandable for everyone to do, especially because like the rest of us don't play DDR. Like we don't know what that means. We don't know what any of this stuff means, you know what I mean? And she did it in a way that was like funny. Like the photos she made of Mr. Krabs, and she was like, let's just take a moment to appreciate that. That kind of thing. I thought that was great. And she did an excellent job. And I hope she knows that, even though I tell her that every time. Do I think she's gonna do another presentation night? Maybe. It's not unlikely, but it's also like, it's not unlikely at all, but it's also like kind of a rare chance, because I think if it wasn't for the group of people that signed up, if she didn't know who those people were already, I don't think she would have joined on that presentation group. And that's fine. Like, I'm not gonna be mad about that. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But like, if I had a different group of people that she didn't know, I don't think she would do it. Or she would do it to try and force herself to put herself out there. But even then, she wouldn't have been as comfortable as she was that original day. But that's just me projecting. That's just me projecting, you know what I mean? I need to turn my humidifier back on. I am coughing a lot now. Let me just drink this water though. Anyways, I hope you guys have had your cookie clicker open, by the way. I've had it open this entire stream. And I'm like almost back to where I was before I reset the game. Holy crap. Holy fish. Anyways, that's just a bunch of like content ideas I had. But I think after this ad break that just played, we're gonna end stream soon though. I do want to cool down a little bit and then get ready for bed. It is 12:13. It's been a while since I've streamed relatively this late. It's not even that late compared to when I've streamed before. I've definitely streamed till like 2 a.m. before, but that was when I was like wired as fuck. You know what I mean? Like I was wired during that stream. And I think the only time I'll be able to stream like that late again is if I'm playing Minecraft. And I don't think that's gonna be anytime soon. Mostly, I do have the itch to play Minecraft, but I'm waiting for a specific mod pack to get updated so that I can play it in the newest versions. Because I want to get the mace in the version of Minecraft before I start playing with that mod pack. Long yapping stream, most of it hinged too. The beginning of stream was funny though. I literally opened I Am Dead and then stopped playing it after 5 minutes. So, I don't know about hinged. It is what it is. But I have been like, one of my goals is to get better at like just chatting streams. But it's kind of hard to do it when your chat isn't as active. Like for example, like during the early, like my early streams at like 10:30, there's not as many active people chatting because they're at work or they're working on something alongside me. You know what I mean? So it's hard for me to get better at it because of those factors. But I think Sundays are like the best times to do just chatting streams like this or like more eventful stuff, just because like everyone's more available. You know what I mean? Yeah. I can't really think of anything right now. My head's kind of getting empty now that I'm like slowing down. But this will be my last stream until debut day. Unless I like get something really crazy and I need to tell you guys something, but even then I'd probably just tell you on the Discord with like a crazy like voice note or something, you know what I mean? What was that? Where'd it go? Where is it? There's a meteor that fell, but I don't know where it was. But yeah, today is gonna be the last stream for a good amount, like 5 more days, for like 5 days. Nothing too crazy. And then for debut, I don't think I'll be streaming for too long. I want to say 4 hours max, just out of respect for the people who do need to sleep earlier. Yeah, because you guys who are here on a Sunday at 12 in the morning, maybe 3 a.m. if you're on the East Coast, you're crazy. Just saying. You're a little crazy, but as long as you don't have anything tomorrow, like whatever, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, in 4 days. Yeah. Imagine being an East Coaster or non-US. I know, right? Imagine. SMH. Looks like Gabriel. But I think that's why I had it earlier in the day, because originally I was going to do 7 p.m. the regular 7 p.m. But then I was like, the stuff that I have planned, I want to be able to show more people. So an earlier time slot would have been more beneficial to like show more people what's happening. You know what I mean? Especially because I have a lot of East Coast mutuals who normally sleep when I'm like streaming at 7 p.m. because it's 10 p.m. for them and they have work the next day. So I wanted to make it easier. Originally I was going to do 7 p.m. and then I thought about 6 p.m. But then I was like, I feel like 5 is just a nicer number. 5 p.m. is just a nicer number. Even though, like, in military time, 6 o'clock is 18, and then military time for 5 o'clock is 17. I just think 5 is just a nicer number overall, like especially for people to remember. And then like converting it to like EST time, 5 p.m. PST to 8 p.m. EST. Like 5 and 8 versus 6 and 9. Like 6-9 is funny. 6/9 is funny. That's great. But I think in terms of aesthetics, 5 and 8 is nicer. Just because it's so round. Not to say 6 and 9 aren't round, they're literally opposites of each other, but I just think those two numbers are better than 6 and 9. What am I talking about? Sorry, whatever I just said, like blip it out of your memory. I have no clue what I just said right now. I could not tell you. Don't ask me to explain or elaborate because I don't know what I just said. Sims moment's still going on. We love it. Hi, Milk. Thanks for being here for so long. I did want to turn it off soon though. As funny as it is. I'll turn it off after this fish. I need to sneeze. I need to sneeze and cough. That's terrible. Terrible combination. Let me turn this off though. There we go. 5 and 8 are pre and post dinner time. It's perfect. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's also like really good timing because you kind of get into the like you said, pre and post dinner. You get into the digestion time. I did research, guys. I did do research. I'm just saying. So if you're eating, like you have something to watch. And once you finish eating, you need to digest and stay awake so that you don't get a stomach ache. And what better thing to do than watch someone? There's a lot of like biology and anatomy and physiology and psychology that's involved in the decisions I've made lately. So either you're digesting or you're an iPad kid. I think regardless you're an iPad kid. Cause like what are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? I'm reading. Right. You're reading but actively in my chat. Okay, bro. So it just becomes like one of those excuse me. It just becomes one of those things that it's like there's a decision these decisions are influenced by some kind of research. And not to say that in like a nerdy way. It literally is influenced by some kind of research. Like there's like oh god, what am I thinking of? Like for example, when you see the color red, you associate red with specific things. You associate it with anger or you associate it with love. It's the same thing with like times. When you think of 5 p.m., you think of like clocking out. When you think of 8 p.m., you think of being at home and relaxing. When you think of 6 a.m., you think of waking up for work. That kind of stuff. So the 5 p.m. choice was like you're clocking out to go relax and watch something. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm not gonna talk anymore. I don't know what I'm talking about. I could just be saying shit out of my ass again. I don't know what I'm talking about. I have your stream up and my friend's streaming Helldivers for me too. Wow. W friend. Helldivers makes me dizzy. I say you completely abandon East Coast and go for that deranged Australian morning stream watcher demographic. What the fuck? That's so specific. You know what though? My 10:30 streams are like, I think it's like 3 a.m. for Jay. So I'm almost there. If you think about it. Actually, let me check. Let me double check. I have her time zone saved because I was like, I need to figure out a thing that's like convenient for her. Okay, so it's 12 o'clock right now. 10 hours from now. 16 plus 10. Yeah, it's like 3 a.m. when I start streams. At 10:30 for her. And so I'm like almost there. If I streamed a little bit later in the day, it would have been perfect, but I don't want to do that because I like my morning streams. But the other option also is like, oh shit, it's like right there. The other option is those super late night streams that are debilitating to my sleep schedule. And I don't know if I want to do that. Like that one time I did that late night stream where you started vacuuming at 2 a.m., Ryan. I don't know why you started vacuuming at 2 a.m. Like that one stream was like prime time for Australian dinner time. And Jay is living proof of that because she literally just left to cook dinner. But I really could tap into the Australian market. I say market. I could tap into the Australian audience if I really wanted to. It's just, I think if I wanted to tap into the Australian audience, it would be better if I lived in Hawaii instead. Because then it's 3 hours earlier. Because I think I started that stream at like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. If I was in Hawaii, it would be like 6 o'clock over there instead. It's amazing how bad people can ruin their sleep schedule. I know an Eastern Canadian living at Japan time zone. That's crazy. Eastern Canadian, Japan time zone? Eastern Canadian, Japan time zone. Isn't that like an entire like 12-hour cycle ahead of them? That's crazy. They live in opposites. Holy crap. You are on the wrong side of the world, my guy. What the hell? That's insane. That's insane. That 2 a.m. stream, I vacuumed, cleaned the kitchen, and did 2 loads of laundry. What the fuck? I literally When you said that you were vacuuming, I was like, are you insane? Why are you vacuuming at 2 in the morning? Are you crazy? And then you were like, yeah, I'm done. And I was like, bro, what? How is that? What? Like, if it's 2 a.m. and I'm listening to someone streaming, I'm not gonna start cleaning with my vacuum. Are you nuts? That's insane. But thanks for doing that, I guess. I'm happy that worked for you? Question mark? I don't know. Yeah. I'm happy it worked and made you productive. I just wasn't expecting you to start vacuuming. Literally me, I wake up at 7 p.m. Oh my goodness. Dude, 7 p.m.? Holy balls. I think the latest I've ever woken up is like 4 p.m. But that was after pulling like 2 all-nighters in a row. So it wasn't exactly me doing it on purpose. That was just me crashing. So I've never actively had a sleep schedule that was that late in consecutive or like consecutively. I think the latest I've done consecutively is probably like 1 p.m. But that was back when I was in high school and jobless. Not now. In my current lifestyle and like my college lifestyle and then currently now, I'm technically still in college because I'm in a grad program, but like the latest I would wake up was like I want to say like 11 a.m. The earliest is like 7 a.m. For some reason, I've been waking up at 7 a.m. again. Even though I have nothing planned for the day that requires me to be that early or up that early, but 7 a.m. has just been some random timer that my brain is like, hey, wake up, and then I'm awake. And I think it's funny because my name is Sev. Seven. Get it? Anyways. But like, I don't understand. Like, no matter how long I sleep, I always wake up at 7 a.m. Or I always wake up at 7 a.m. now. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, because then I can wake up and be like, oh, I can sleep in more, because it's only 7 a.m. But, even then, like, why? Why is my body doing that? I go to sleep at 8 a.m. and wake up at 7 p.m.? 8 a.m. to 7 p.m.? Dude, that's 11 hours. You sleep 11 hours? That must be so nice. That must be so nice. It must be so nice. Like, I've definitely overslept before. I think one time I went to bed at like 10 p.m. and then woke up at 7 p.m. or 7 a.m. and I felt like I overslept way too much. Like, I felt so groggy. But if I sleep like 3 hours, I feel perfectly fine. I don't understand how that works. Like, undersleeping is not supposed to be good for you either. The same way that oversleeping is. But I don't get it. Like, if bad, why feel good? You know what I mean? But welcome back, Sean. That was after having maybe 1 hour of sleep over the span of 50. See, that's crazy. That's just your natural body clock like kicking in. Like, oh, you can't. I know you need sleep, but you need to wake up around this specific time. Fell asleep on the floor at 4 a.m. after work. Woke up at 1 p.m. See, that's still 7 hours though. Your body woke you up after 7 hours. If you sleep 7 hours normally and your body just naturally was like, okay, time to go, like, I think you're fine. I pulled a full 24 one day because I got called in to cover a graveyard shift way too late to take a nap. So I was up from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. one day. Got home and crashed. Woke up at like 9 p.m. that day. Hey, your body knew. He was like, hey, what the fuck? Why did we do that? And then just died. I don't think I'll ever, no matter how like close a deadline is, I will never do an all-nighter. I just have to lock in. Like that one stream where I was streaming for like 7 hours of just working on an essay. I don't know if you guys remember that, where it was titled, "If I don't finish this essay, I fail my program." That was literally just me locking in for the day of deadline. I've never because I went to bed the night before and was like, I am not staying up for this. I'll just do this tomorrow and focus. And it worked because I prioritize sleep so much now that I've gotten older that it's like, oh, did my music pause? Oh no, it didn't. It just turned off my headset. I've learned to prioritize sleep so much that I've learned to just sleep whenever possible. Exclamation mark, Sev, comma. Thank you. Now it sounds worse because I pointed out that it was 11 hours. Long nap is better than short sleep. Both hours, 4 hours though, so I don't know. See, the thing is though, the difference between a nap and a sleep is the mindset. Because when you're thinking of napping, you're like, oh, I'm gonna wake up and it's just gonna be a quick like energy fix. When you're thinking of sleeping, you're like, I'm going to die, be dead to this world for the next couple hours. The mindset is different. The mindset is different. So your mind is already tricked. I took psychology, okay, guys? I was really into psychology for a good amount of time. The way your brain works, there's this thing called self-fulfilling prophecy, where if you believe one thing will happen, you tend to follow the steps that will make it happen. For example, if you are someone who's about to perform in front of a live audience, no matter what it is, like for example, just an example is like, I'm going to voice crack. I'm so nervous that I'm going to voice crack in front of all these people. Your brain is immediately thinking that it will happen because you've said it out loud or you've thought it so obsessively that your brain thinks it's natural, and then it will happen. It's called self-fulfilling prophecy. That is interpersonal communication psychology, by the way. And it's the mindset. It's really the mindset. If you go take a nap, you're gonna be like, okay, this is gonna be a quick power nap, and then you wake up 4 hours later and you feel great. Cool, whatever. Even though a power nap is technically like 30 minutes long. I'm not judging you. I do that shit all the time. But if you go to bed and you go to bed with like, let's say for example, it's 2 a.m. you need to wake up at 6 a.m. and you couldn't fall asleep and you go to bed like that, you're gonna start thinking, oh shit, I only have 4 hours left. I only have 4 hours to get some sleep. I'm not going to wake up feeling good. Your brain has that kind of mindset already. You're influencing the way your body reacts just by thinking that. So you have to understand the psychology of your brain sometimes. And understanding that sometimes you need to be delusional to feel better. You need to be delusional, okay? 100% true. Don't you psychoanalyze me, Severinus. I'm gonna do whatever I want. This is my stream. But this VOD isn't gonna exist anyway. Let me psychoanalyze you, okay? When I had tons of work and only got 4 hours of sleep a night, I'd have to say to myself multiple times out loud, this is only a nap, not sleep, and it helped me nap enough to survive. I only got to sleep on the weekends. See, it's just like, it's a matter of ritual and how you treat yourself. And I think it's very hard for people to internalize that sometimes, because it's like, oh, that's stupid. Like, if I think something, it's going to happen. Like, that doesn't make sense. But then you see all these people who become so nervous that they end up messing up because they thought they were going to mess up. You know what I mean? Like, practice can only, for example, if you're doing a public speaking thing, practice can only take you so far. If you're so nervous, you're going to shit your pants that you're going to mess up. Your brain is going to sabotage you no matter what you do. If you go into it with the mindset that you're going to be perfectly fine, you're more likely to do perfectly fine. It is what it is. That's just how your brain works. And your neurons are firing because you're like, fuck, there's no fucking way I could have passed my public speech class if I just thought I was the GOAT at everything. Like, you need to be delusional sometimes. And I mean this in the nicest way possible. You need to be delusional in your daily life sometimes. It is what it is. I wish my body would listen. I tell myself that I can sleep in, and I still can't get more than 5 hours sleep. See, now, that is different. linchpin because I don't know what your sleep schedule is or like what your habits are before bed are, but the way that your body clock works, it becomes more accustomed to a routine a lot faster than you think. So let's say, for example, you're always waking up at a specific time. It's because your body clock associates that with the time to wake up. However, if you don't wake up at a specific time, your body understands how much time it does need to feel fully rested. That's why most of the time you'll wake up after like 5 to... I think the sweet spot is like 5 to 9 hours for like to feel properly rested and not like oversleep or undersleep. So it depends on what kind of situation you're in. But you still need to go into the mindset of, I'm going to sleep very well without any distractions. You also need to find something that makes you, that helps soothe your brain instead of keeping it active. Like for me, I like to listen to my own VODs to sleep because I know what happens in it. So my brain isn't anticipating what's happening next. And that's why a lot of people fall asleep to like old shows that they've watched millions of times because they know exactly what's going to happen. Like their brain doesn't need to process newer information. And it's easier for me because I have my own VODs to go through that I know exactly what I talked about that day. And I'm not gonna like actively look for it unless I'm doing like VOD review. But I'm not gonna do VOD review before I go to sleep. That's stupid. That's me like looking for clips. I'm gonna actively be looking for something. And one of my one of my friends, she listens to like baby car noises, like white noise, where it sounds like someone's driving the car and you just listen to it. She listens to that to go to bed. And it also can be like the amount of blue light you take in. When you go to sleep, or when you're like preparing for bed, your mind is really active from the amount of blue light that you get. That's why I'm kind of like slowing down on my speech right now, because I'm like closing my eyes a lot more because I'm starting to get tired. But the amount of blue light matters. It's how hyperactive your brain can get. It's your routine. Once you start developing a routine before bedtime, it becomes easier to fall asleep. Like, for example, a person's routine could be like going to the bathroom, brushing their teeth, drinking water, and then laying in bed. That's their routine. Once your body goes through that motions, it's going to start associating that with you need to go to bed soon. And then you start getting some sleep. My sweet spot is 5 to 6 hours. If I go to sleep early, I will wake up ungodly hours. See, the thing is though, because your sweet spot is 5 to 6 hours, your body is adjusting accordingly to when you fall asleep. So let's say, for example, you fall asleep at 2 a.m. and then you wake up at 8 a.m. That's 6 hours. But if you fall asleep earlier at like 10 p.m., of course you're going to wake up at an ungodly hour. Because if you're falling asleep at 10 p.m. and you wake up 6 hours later, it's 4 a.m. Your body is just used to those 6 hours. That's the only reason why you wake up at such an ungodly, like, quote-unquote, ungodly hours. Your body's used to it, and it's just going to be like, oh, you're sleeping now. Okay, I'll wake you up on autopilot soon. And then completely disregard whatever time you naturally rise at. That's just how it is. You have to become... You need to train your body to either increase those hours or you just become at peace with 4 a.m. you become at peace at waking up at 4 a.m. and doing shit at 4 a.m. Okay? Alright, we have one more fish. I think. Maybe 2 more? 2 more. We have 2 more fish to go through. And then we'll start looking for someone to raid. If you guys have suggestions for someone to raid, feel free to send it now. I do see one person that I do want to raid at the time. I'm going to turn off raids for myself, though. Just because it is getting late and I don't want someone to raid us, like, as I'm about to end stream. Especially because I've been streaming for, like, 5.5 hours. It's unlikely that people would raid me at 5.5 hours. But just in case, I'll turn it off. Stop raids for 1 hour. Okay, now that that's on. It's 1 a.m. I'm going to mow the lawn. What the fuck? I don't have the energy to raid. Time for bed. You enjoy your bedtime. Yeah, Ryan. Brush your teeth, stretch, grab a glass of water. You're gonna wake up with a dry mouth like me. I adjusted my sleep schedule around that because I can't go back to sleep once I wake up. Ah, okay. Last fish. Last fish. But yeah, I agree. It's hard to train your body to sleep for longer. But adjusting your schedule adjusting your schedule to compensate for that is definitely like one of the bigger challenges, for sure. Oh fuck, I have to brush my teeth. Ew, you stinky. You didn't brush your teeth. Okay, cool. Time to obliterate the lobby. Yeah, I'll try to fix my schedule this week, cause damn. It's I have to also fix my sleep schedule. But I do have a confession. Every time I stream at nighttime, I brush my teeth before I stream. Just because I know once I finish streaming, I'm not gonna want to do it afterward. Like, I'm gonna get ready to go to bed. Like, I'm already ready to for bed right now. I'm sitting up. Like, I'm getting ready to go. But let me change scenes real quick. This will be the last time you'll see this just chatting scene, by the way, guys. I did change my just chatting scene. Okay. My chat box isn't working. Where is it? Where is my chat box? Huh. Anyways. Anyways. So, we're just gonna pretend that that isn't missing right now. And we're just gonna move my hat in the middle of the screen instead, to compensate for the empty space. So that everyone knows exactly what I was wearing that today. Anyways, thank you for stream today. It's been a long stream. It was nice talking about this kind of stuff for a while, especially because I won't be able to talk about it again for like a good 5 days. So I appreciate it so much for being here. My 600 followers before debut message was a bit optimistic, but it is what it is. We're gonna raid into someone who's also relatively comfy to watch. Mostly because she does a lot of co-working art streams. She's also coming back from sickness right now, so it's her first time streaming. Actually, never mind. We're not gonna raid her. She's sick. She's sick. So make sure to copy paste the text messages. The first one is for subscribers, and the second one is for regular visitors who don't have the sub. We're gonna raid into Aether, who was here earlier. He's doing a Gartic phone stream where like all his viewers join in. Really chill guy. Pretty good music taste, if I do say so myself. Mostly because he says that my music taste is good, so that means his music taste is good. But that's all that really matters. I'm gonna go stare at you really closely now, and then wait for the raid to run through, so that you can watch me say goodbye to this model forever. Hehe. Thank you guys for being here. Have a good night. Garlic phone. Thank you. It is what it is. I will see you guys. Oh shit. I didn't mean to do that. Oh god. I will see you guys on debut day at 5 p.m. PST, where I stare at you a little bit a little bit more than this. We're gonna keep the hat on. Bicep 0.75. I hope you guys have fun looking for the Easter eggs that I've hidden in stream. There are no gnomes in 1.0 Sev, so don't worry about that. There will be other options instead for getting more tickets. Ot7! Ot7! I agree! Ot7! Thank you so much for being here. Okay, I will see you guys in Aether's chat. Have a good night. Brush your teeth, stretch, and grab a glass of water, because my mouth is dry as fuck. Bye!